12th, 2024 Fresno City Council meeting. The time is 9:14 a.m. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Arias.
Present.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Here.
And Council President Perea.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Next is the invocation, which will be given by Deacon Gabriel Gill of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Fresno, and that will be followed by Council Member Bredefeld leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance for the last time as council member. Will everyone please stand?
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, bless all that are here. Bless those that were unable to make it this morning. Bless those that are still on their way. As we come to the end of this year, we thank you for blessing the city council members with wisdom and understanding to make the decisions that better our community. O gracious God, as they discuss important matters today, they ask for your guidance and wisdom. Please bless those that have been called to lead the community in which we live. And today, as we celebrate the feast of Our Lady of Guadalupe, also the Mother of the Americas, we ask for her powerful intercession, and I ask that each and every one of us here is covered by her holy mantle. All of this I ask in Jesus' name, amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda today?
Yes, there are a few items that have been changed, but first an announcement. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available through Zoom, and we do have 2 in-house Spanish translators, which will now let the audience know what services they can provide.
Hello, good morning. My name is Hayed, and this is my colleague Maria. We are from Focus Interpreting. We will be your in-house Spanish interpreters today. You can find us towards the back of the auditorium. We have headsets there available, and we are more than happy to help.
Buen día, mi nombre es María, mi colega Jael, somos de Focus Interpreting. Estamos aquí por si alguien requiere asistencia en interpretación en español. Estamos en la parte posterior del auditorio. Tenemos audífonos disponibles. Gracias.
Thank you for that. And as for changes and announcements on the agenda. First, an announcement regarding consent calendar item 2D, that is file ID 24-1665, the resolution declaring a vacancy in the office of council member for District 5 and calling a special election for March 18th, 2025. The following correction needs to be read into the record. On the resolution, the second whereas statement incorrectly states the current D5 term of office as expiring on the first Tuesday after the first Monday in January of 2025. The year 2025 is inaccurate and will be updated to reflect the correct year, 2027. And also on the same item, the following sentence will be added to the resolution immediately following numbered paragraph 5. Pursuant to Fresno Municipal Code Section 2-1005, the requirement to file in lieu filing fee petitions 15 days prior to the close of nomination period shall be reduced to 3 days prior to close of the nomination period for this special election only. And now we have some items removed from the agenda. First off, we have closed session item 5C, that is file ID 24-1679, conference with legal counsel existing litigation, City of Fresno versus County of Fresno, Superior Court Case Number 24 CECG 01199. It was removed from the agenda with no return date by the City Attorney's Office. And items moved to contested consent for further discussion. First up, we have consent calendar item 2O, that is file ID 24-1557, regarding a service agreement with RH Community Builders to manage transitional aged youth rapid rehousing program. That has been moved by Councilmember Arias. We also have consent calendar item 2R, that is file ID 24-1658, regarding an interagency agreement between the City of Fresno and the Department of Planning and Development in an amount not to exceed $3,261,614 in state and local fiscal recover funds, part of the American Rescue Plan Act. That has been moved to the contested consent by Councilmember Arias. We have consent calendar item 2BB. That is file ID 24-1649, actions related to updating water conservation measures and the city's water shortage contingency plan. That has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Council Members Arias and Bredefeld. We also have consent calendar item 2DD. That is file ID 24-1651, regarding a 3-year consultant services agreement with Southwest Strategies Group for stakeholder engagement and public education support for the Department of Public Utilities. That has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Council Members Arias and Bredefeld. And finally, we have consent calendar item 2PP. That is file ID 24-1693, a resolution amending rules 2 and 3 of the Council Rules of Procedure relating to elections and duties of the Council President and Vice President. That item was moved to contested consent by Council Member Arias. And I do want to note that we did get a supplement early this morning. There are copies of it at the front of the dais, and council members, they've been distributed to you regarding the 9:15 a.m. item. That is the hearing to consider plan amendment application P24-04066 relating to the Fresno housing element. So copies of that late item is up front. Those are all the changes I have.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? Councilmember Arias.
Council President, the city manager addressed my question on item 2DD, as in David, so I'm withdrawing my request to discuss that separately. But I do note that Member Bredefeld did request that separate too.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Maxwell.
No changes, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefeld.
No other pulling of items. I just want to register no vote on two consent items, 2GG and 200.
And then just to be clear, you would like to keep 2DD on contested consent?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza.
None right now, no.
Council Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to also pull item 2PP as in Peter to the contested consent calendar, and I'll register a no vote on item 2K as in Kylo.
All right, and I have none to pull. So can I get a motion to approve the amended agenda? I have a motion by Councilmember Chavez, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? See none, item passes 7-0. All right, we're going to do the ceremonial presentations next. We have two really big ones today. So the first one is going to be a proclamation for the 75th anniversary of the Big Red Church. Okay, now these two proclamations, one is going to go to one of my favorite people, and the other one is going to go to one of my favorite locations in District 1. So Simon, can I have you come up here, please? We are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the First Congregational Church of Fresno, otherwise known as the Big Red Church, if you have ever been through the Fresno High neighborhood. Pastor Simon, this has been an incredibly safe meeting place for the entire community. You really are a beacon of hope for not just District 1, but the entire city of Fresno. And I have enjoyed partnering with you to host a number of community events in the area. And I know we're just going to keep up with all the wonderful traditions that we have started. But beyond that, the Big Red Church has been a trailblazer for those that historically have gone underrepresented, specifically for the LGBTQ community. And so thank you for being a safe place for all of us. And it's a cross-denominational denominational relationship that you have really focused on here in the city of Fresno, bringing everyone together to do what's right and to fight for social justice causes that are so important for the residents of Fresno. And so before I give you the mic, I'm going to hand it to the mayor to say a few words.
Thank you. It's my honor, Simon, to be here and to stand with Council President Perea as we recognize Big Red Church. A church, any time you can last 75 years, whether a church or any organization, that's quite an achievement, a milestone. But I also want to say thank you for ministering to those in our community who are oftentimes overlooked and certainly underrepresented. And the Big Red Church is part of One Fresno, and it is something that we're all very, very proud of in our city. So thank you for the milestone and for allowing me to be here with you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Council President and Mayor, as well as the rest of the council members. I am the newest addition to the Big Red Church, also known as the First Congregational Church of Fresno. And it is an honor for me to be a part of this celebration of 75 years on Van Ness. The church precedes that location, used to be on Divisadero, and moved to the Fresno High neighborhood 75 years ago. And I just want to highlight that, yes, the church did move north, which is a trend for many congregations to do. But within these 75 years, the church has realized the importance of staying in the city core and investing in the city core. And I certainly have harped on members in this chamber as well as developers about moving north, but it requires all of us to invest in our city core, including our churches. So for that, I'm really proud of our church and the history, in addition to what has been named by both of you, that this has been a church that has made a strong effort to open its doors and not just invite people to sit in the pews and give their money, but to exercise their gifts as God has given them to them, no matter who they are, their gender or their sexual orientation. This has not been something that has been easy and something that we've been perfect at. It's something that we strive to become an open and affirming congregation. And it is an honor for me to be the pastor of the church. Today we have with us Norman Broadbent, who was a pastor before me and certainly set a tone that I'm grateful to inherit in terms of being an active part of our community and inviting the community onto our campus. His wife, Jan, who is a wonderful member of our congregation, and Peter Wall, who served in many capacities and a representative of the folks in our church that make Big Red Big Red. I get a lot of the attention, but it's really people like Peter who do the hard work and show up Sunday after Sunday. So thank you very much, and this is certainly an honor to be recognized.
So without further ado, it is my honor to declare today as the Big Red Church Day in the city of Fresno. So congratulations, Simon. And City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation into the record?
Happily. Whereas the First Congregational Church of Fresno, in its move to the Fresno High School neighborhood 75 years ago, has become an iconic landmark known as Big Red Church, and an integral part of the Tower District, embodying the inclusive values of the community by offering a welcoming space for gathering, collaborating, and celebrating, while maintaining its steadfast commitment to investing in Fresno's vibrant urban core and resisting suburban sprawl. And whereas the Big Red Church has prioritized the growth and development of youth and children through initiatives such as the Community Music Camps, sponsorship of a nationally recognized Boy Scout troop, and support for educational opportunities like English lessons for refugee parents and daycare for teen mothers. And whereas the Big Red Church has demonstrated a deep commitment to music and the arts, both within Sunday worship services and beyond, through its investment in the renowned Casavent pipe organ, exceptional music program and worship, and by showing the congregational musical talents alongside performances by esteemed outside musical groups, fostering a legacy of artistic and spiritual inspiration. And whereas the Big Red Church has fostered interfaith relationships through collaborations and faith communities of multiple religions, founding roles in organizations such as Fresno Interdenominational Refugee Ministries and Faith in the Valley, and by opening its doors to community groups, strengthening Fresno's social fabric through partnership and services. And whereas this Fresno landmark has been a trailblazer in social justice through championing civil rights and LGBTQ+ rights through historic actions, including marching with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in 1965 to becoming an open and affirming congregation in 1995. Its partnerships with local advocacy organizations have provided essential services, such as free food programs, ensuring support for all Fresno residents regardless of identity. And whereas, for 75 years, First Congressional Church of Fresno is not only a cornerstone of the historic Fresno High neighborhood, the Tower District, and Council District 1, but it also plays a pivotal role in the broader city of Fresno. It has been a beacon of inclusivity, a gathering place for diverse individuals, and a leader in community events. With a rich legacy of service, outreach, and advocacy, the church fosters unity and belonging among all Fresno residents. As it looks to the future, the church remains committed to enriching the community, ensuring that its doors remain open to all, providing support and nurturing the well-being and growth of future generations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council President Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry P. Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 18th, 2024 to be the Big Red Church Day in the city of Fresno.
Cut the mic.
There we go. Up next, we have Diana Gomez Day in the beautiful city of Fresno.
You can stay up here, Council President. This is a big honor for us as a city, and I mean that, to be able to recognize a champion in our community and really in the state of California. That's Diana Gomez. Diana is retiring after 36 tireless years with the state of California in public service, and as she has dealt with critical transportation issues over that entire time. Diana spent almost all of her time with Caltrans. She graduated from Fresno State with a bachelor's degree in engineering and put that to good use right here in the Valley, although she's worked in other parts of the state as well. And she worked very, very closely with me in my office on Project Off-Ramp when I became the mayor and removing some 650 of our unsheltered population from our freeway embankments. And she also was very, very instrumental in making sure we got Veterans Boulevard completed. And that was a huge undertaking in our city. But she's done so much more than that. She also oversaw high-speed rail at the beginning. And as we all know, that's been a challenge, but she was more than up to the challenge. And really, if it wasn't for Diana Gomez, we would not be where we're at today in terms of the high-speed rail efforts. And she was with high-speed rail from 2012 up until about, 4 years ago. And so an incredible career that she has had. And I think what I appreciate about Diana more than anything, two things. One is her can-do attitude. I've never had her say no. She always finds a way to get to yes and to remove whatever barriers there are. The other thing is that you can't shake Diana Gomez. She's calm in a crisis, calm in the midst of a storm. And, she'll just say, oh well, we'll find a way. And so that is what I really like about Diana. So thank you so much for your service to the state of California, for your friendship, for your partnership, and for your loyalty to the Las Vegas Raiders after a 2-win season. I'm a Raider fan too. So with that, Council President Perea.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll just add that there is no stronger, more resilient leader than Diana. Her leadership really is bulletproof, and I have seen that tested time and time again. I remember one time I was at a community workshop meeting in Fairmead, so the one place in high-speed rail territory where they really don't want high-speed rail. And I have never seen anyone just be more composed in the face of chaos. And so I think that is just a true testament to your leadership overall. And I'm going to miss seeing you around so much, but I know we have a lot more family dinners to be had, and so you're not going anywhere. Rest, go on vacation with your wonderful partner, and I'm just really, really proud of you, and just congratulations. Really happy for you.
Well, thank you very much for the honor. And, I forgot to tell people that this was happening today. So yesterday I panicked. I'm like, I can't think I'm going to be there by myself. But, I really appreciate all of my staff here, my family here, and some of my friends to be here with me today on this very special day. And, I just want to thank the city because as a director of Caltrans, you just make it easier for me to be that director because you've been such a willing partner. And Mayor, appreciate your ideas, your thoughts. It has been great working on Project Off-Ramp. We really have shown the country what can be done when you have willing partners. And so I appreciate all the council members, city manager, all the city staff that I've worked with because it's always easier when we're doing this together to tackle big issues. And so I really love living. I was born and raised in Fresno County, and my heart has always been here. And everything I've done has only been to be about the Central Valley and making it better. And so thank you very much for everything.
Thank you. Not only born in the Valley, but graduated from Parlier High School. She's a proud Panther. And also I want to recognize Leanne Eager, who with the California Transportation Commission, she was the chair. Are you chairing still? Immediate past chair, okay. But Leanne has brought a lot of money, and I mean a lot of money, to Fresno. And she's also the past executive director for our Fresno County Economic Development Corporation. So thank you for all your service. I know you're enjoying your retirement as well. And so today it is an honor to be able to proclaim this day, 12th of December, 2024, is Diana Gomez Day in the city of Fresno.
Whereas Diana Gomez is retiring from public service after working 36 years on critical state transportation issues, primarily at California Department of Transportation, Caltrans. And whereas for the past 4 years, Diana served as Caltrans's Region 6 Director, overseeing the second largest of the department's 12 districts statewide. During her tenure, she assisted the city of Fresno in completing the Veterans Boulevard interchange, implementing Mayor Dyer's Project Off-Ramp, and approving a pedestrian bridge connecting the Jane Addams neighborhood to Roding Park. And whereas Diana was born in Fresno and raised in Parlier, she graduated from Parlier High and is the first member of the Parlier Unified School District Hall of Fame. In 1988, the lifetime Las Vegas Raiders fan graduated from Fresno State with a Bachelor's of Science in Electrical Engineering. Whereas, upon graduating, Diana began her meaningful career with Caltrans, serving in Los Angeles, Sacramento, and as a senior traffic engineer in Fresno. During that time, she earned several honors and was featured as one of the 100 most influential Hispanics by Hispanic Business Magazine. And whereas, beginning in 2012, Diana joined the California High-Speed Rail Authority as the Central Valley Regional Director. For 8 years before returning to Caltrans, she helped move one of the nation's most significant transportation projects forward. And whereas Diana's work has made the transportation better, safer, and more accessible, in recognition of her distinguished career, we extend our sincere gratitude for her invaluable contributions to the city of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and member of Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, December 12th, 2024 to be Diana Gomez Day in the city of Fresno.
Diane, if I may, just say thank you from my end. You know, nobody has taken more bullets directly on behalf and in defense of the California's bullet train than you have. In the high-speed agency, you know, we all get to show up for the ribbon cutting and breaking of the shovels, but it was you who was in that war room with a bunch of men and testosterone, and in the Capitol and in D.C., always defending the high-speed rail program and ensuring that the largest public infrastructure project in the country stayed on track as best as it could, given all the environmental challenges in the state and the real issues of people's personal property and business property. So I want to thank you for making sure that you did your part on behalf of a grateful city. Also, thank you for all the hits that you took privately and publicly on behalf of high-speed rail. And most importantly, thank you for your work in Caltrans. Prior to your arrival, we had quite a bit of conflict with Caltrans on them cleaning up their right-of-ways and their embankments. After your arrival, it became a problem that we easily solved. It takes somebody from this community to appreciate it and to work through some basic long-standing problems to get us to a better place. So on behalf of a grateful city, thank you. And on behalf of a Niners fan, I finally know what it feels like for you to be a Raiders fan for so long. I'm hoping that my time in this sorrow is not as long-standing as yours has been as a Raiders fan.
All right, we're going to move on to council member reports and comments. We're going to start with Council Member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. City Manager, just have one question for you today. Can we get an update on when the Public Works Department and Scott Mosier, before we lose them today, when we plan to finish planting all the trees that were supposed to be planted in downtown? There was a ton of dead trees that were supposed to be replanted during the winter break. And I think it was scheduled for October, then November. Now we're looking at maybe next year. So we could just get an update on when all those tree wells would be replaced with live trees again. A reminder for the public, that Saturday at 11 o'clock in the morning is the annual Christmas parade in downtown Fresno. We invite you to attend. And also, thank you to the mayor and everyone who helped us open and bring back the downtown ice ring. I do want to recognize, Council President, that although you asked me to find a way to make you mayor, I failed at that assignment. As you can tell, the mayor has recovered fully from his fall on the ice ring. So, you know, I'm glad he's made a full recovery. And just a note to all of us, we should probably use the guardrails when we're in the downtown ice ring, because we are getting a little older. Lastly, to the residents of District 3, we'll be doing a toy giveaway on December 18th during the monthly Why Not Wednesdays near the downtown ice ring. So if you have kids from the ages of 5 to 12, show up and you'll receive toys as well as free admission tickets to the downtown ice ring. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell.
No updates, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez. Is not here. Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Bredefeld. Council Vice President. Councilmember Esparza.
All right, everyone, to skip over, I'll take all of the air this morning. Just a couple things. This week we celebrated the unveiling of a new mural over at Romaine Park, specifically along the community center there, showcasing the creativity and talent within our city. So next time you stop by Romaine, make sure you take a second to appreciate the beautiful art display. And this really would not have been possible without Caltrans, without the Fresno Arts Council, without the artists, and as well as our city departments. So yeah, you'll see it's going to be towards the entrance where the parking lot is at. You can't miss it. Very gorgeous mural. I should have brought a photo of it to put up on the slideshow here, but I forgot. One other announcement. Last meeting, this is not on the agenda, but at the last meeting, I stated a recusal for the South Central Specific Plan item. The recusal was made out of an abundance of caution while we researched, and after consulting with attorneys, we came to the conclusion that there is no conflict. There is no SB 1439 conflict, and there were no contributions received from anybody who advocated on that land use policy and who came here to advocate. So I am, I guess, unrecusing myself from that item, and I make my intentions clear to be involved in the ad hoc committee and implement some of those points I had made during the original discussion. So just want to make that clear to the public. There's no need for a recusal. There is no conflict after all. All those records are public record for anyone to go and take a look at, and look forward to being involved in the process going forward. Right, thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Just want to let everyone know that we had an incredibly successful tamale drive this past weekend. We gave out over 3,000 tamales to District 1 families, and so I want to thank Casa de Tamales, Guadalajara, and La Promesa from the Mobile Food Vendors Association for partnering with us to make that happen. That was able to go to a few hundred families in District 1. So just very thankful to continue that tradition. And then want to make note that it is the Tower Theater's, I think it's the 85th birthday. Before it was Tower Theater on the corner of Olive and Wishon, it was a playground. It was a community playground. And so that corner has always served as a hub for community gathering. I read that it cost about $200,000 at that time to construct the Tower Theater along with a row of retail spaces, $200,000. So we have come a long way since then, but happy birthday to the Tower Theater, a humongous staple in our community. With that, Mayor, would you like to say a few remarks?
Yes, it's unfortunate Council Member Arias stepped away because he talked about the fall I had on the ice rink. The reality is he pulled me down from behind, and we have video of that. I'd love to show it to everybody. But on a serious note, Councilmember Esparza and I got to attend a news conference this week, the unveiling of an incredible mural that was done as a result of funding we received from the state of California, and that was at Romaine Playground. There's also going to be 7 additional murals in that area, thanks to a partnership we have with Caltrans, and some other work on the median island and tree planting and other things that are going to be occurring in that area. $5 million grant. Also attended this week the grade separation groundbreaking. That was at McKinley and 99, thanks to a partnership with High Speed Rail. There will be a overpass that allows for traffic to go from the west side of the freeway to the east side of the freeway uninterrupted. And we apologize in advance for all of the traffic delays, but that is a much needed grade separation in that area, similar to what we were able to accomplish with Veterans Boulevard. You heard mention of the Christmas parade this Saturday, rain or shine. We're going to continue with that Christmas parade, and we look forward to it. And then also attended the Avalon Commons ribbon cutting, a very important affordable housing project that occurred in Northeast Fresno, in fact, the first of its kind. Thank you, Councilmember Butterfield, for your support on that project. And last night, we had the walk night over at the for the Christmas tree lane, and I'm proud to say we utilized our trolley. I think it's the Holly Jolly trolley right now, and we used it and transported actually on walk night 356 people to the Christmas tree lane. So got a lot of use out of that. We're also using it for our ice rink for people to be able to take advantage of the ice rink downtown. So with that, look forward to the remainder of the discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager?
Yes, now that Councilmember Arias is back in the room, I know that Councilmember Chavez had a particular interest in elder abuse. And so, in reviewing the video, the mayor was actually holding onto the guardrail when you came from behind him and pulled on his belt to knock him down. While I know our mayor holds his age very, very well, he is technically a senior citizen whose back is held together with rods, plates, and screws. So I am very grateful that he wasn't injured in that cruel prank, Mr. Arias.
Hey, I think you're trying to make an argument for a medical retirement.
No. Anyway, that's all that I have. Thank you.
All right, we're going to get back to business now. We're going to move on to scheduled hearings. The first one is going to be a 9:10 a.m. joint meeting to approve the first amendment to the first amended and restated disposition and development agreement between the City of Fresno and its capacity as housing successor to the redevelopment agency of the City of Fresno and Self-Help Enterprises. That's a mouthful.
Thank you.
Hi, Director. Good morning.
Good morning. This item is an amendment to the agreement with the Self-Help for construction of 17 single-family homes in 2 phases along Florence Avenue west of Walnut. 6 homes are nearing completion in Phase 1 and expect to be occupied by March of this next year, and the remaining 11 homes expect to be occupied by June of 25. The current agreement provides for down payment assistance, both in a combination from the agency and the home program funds, with differing loan terms. So the amendment revises the agency's loan terms to better align with the home program and for more consistency between lending sources and to improve marketability and program management. In addition to the revision to the loan terms in Exhibit G, minor adjustments are made to exhibits for clarification purposes and do not change the terms of the agreement. We have today with us the CEO of Self-Help, Tom Colshaw, and that concludes staff presentation. If you have any questions, happy to respond.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open it up for public comment at this time. Before we go to questions, public comment. This is on the 9:10 a.m. item. I have no yellow card, so if anyone would like to speak on this item, please go ahead and come up. See no one, I will close the public hearing for this item and bring it back up to the dais. Any questions, Council?
No, Council President, if I may just ask our director, she gave a very technical explanation of the changes. Can you just, in layman's term, explain what the change would actually in effect do?
Sure. The revision changes the process for disposition. If the home is no longer the principal resident of the home buyer, if it is transferred, if it's sold, if it's refinanced. The repurchase agreement allowed in the agency's, in the current agreement, it allows the agency to buy the property using the maximum housing cost for low-income families. That's 60% of AMI, about $53,000 a year. So in the current agreement, the agency could buy the property well below market value. And this could have a potential adverse effect on the home buyer, wiping out their equity. And it Also, that purchase agreement has a potential to adversely affect lenders in lower positions. For example, self-help is in third position, and self-help is contributing up to $160,000 down payment assistance compared to a $23,000 loan from the agency. So it would potentially wipe out their contribution. So the agency amendment uses the home terms for a recapture, and that is that the property may be purchased at market rate, and the lenders recover according to their line in position. And if net proceeds aren't sufficient, for example, to enable the
If I
home...
may, Director,
Yes.
my attempt to try and get a more simple explanation, I think, has failed.
Sorry, sorry.
I'm registering what you're indicating, but I'm trying to be helpful for the public. In essence, and in short, how would this benefit the home buyer by making these revisions?
It doesn't threaten their investment over the years in the property by wiping out their equity through the agency's ability to buy at a far less than market rate.
Got it. So if we have somebody who's benefited from down payment assistance, affordable single-family homes that we've subsidized, they stay there for 15, 20 years, built equity, the agency and the city would not simply go in there and take all their equity and then, essentially just pay them what was the original purchase price, but they would actually be able to walk away with the equity that they've earned?
All correct.
Thank you. With that, make a motion to approve.
Okay, this item is going to require 2 votes. So this will be the vote of the Fresno Revitalization Corporation, which is the city council, including the mayor. I have a motion by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Bredefeld. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0, with Council Vice President absent.
Thank you.
The next vote will be a vote of the city council. Can I get a motion? I have a motion by Councilmember Maxwell and a second by Councilmember Esparza. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 6-0. Thank you, Director. We will now move on to our 9:15 a.m. hearing to consider Plan Amendment Application P24-04066. Good morning, staff.
Good morning, Council President, members of the Council. I'm Sophia Pagalatis with the Planning and Development Department, and with me this morning to give you your presentation and help answer questions is Chelsea Payne, the Director of Urban Planning with Ascent. So we will turn over the presentation to Chelsea. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sophia. Good morning, Council President, members of the City Council. Again, my name is Chelsea Payne. I'm the Director of Urban Planning at Ascent, and I've been working very closely with your staff on this housing element update. So we're very excited to bring this forward today for your consideration. I'm going to give a very brief overview of the housing element and then focus on 2 key components, which are your assigned housing targets and your sites inventory, and then your housing action plan. And then I'll talk about the review process we've been going through with the state. So just to start with a very brief overview, every city and county in California is required to adopt a housing element to show how it will accommodate its fair share of the state's housing needs. And while the housing element is an element of your general plan, it has a lot of unique requirements that set it apart. First, it's the only element where there's a state-mandated schedule. It gets updated every 8 years, and the adoption deadline for this element was December 31st of 2023. It's the only element of the general plan that's reviewed by the state for compliance with state law, and the Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, is the state department that's responsible for that certification. There's a lot of information, as you probably see, that goes into the housing element. Because the city's participating in a regional update, the first several hundred pages are the regional chapters. And then the local appendices are at the end. Those are your individualized action plan, sites inventory, fair housing assessment, and housing constraints. So that's where all of the Fresno-specific details are. The city conducted a significant amount of outreach as part of this process. A lot of that outreach happened at the beginning of the process, which we kicked off about 2 years ago. We held regional stakeholder meetings and one-on-one consultations, and then over 20 community workshops. A lot of those workshops were held in person in neighborhoods around the city, and the city partnered with local community-based organizations to reach a broader segment of the community. There was a lot of rich discussions at those workshops, and we spent a lot of time considering community input as we drafted the new programs and the policies for this housing element. So I'm going to talk next about your fair share regional housing need assignment and the city's sites inventory. In California, the state assigns every region a housing target, and then the Regional Council of Governments is tasked with developing and adopting a methodology to distribute that regional housing target to all of the jurisdictions within the region. This process is called the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or the RHNA for short. The state assigned the Fresno County region over 58,000 housing units for an 8-year planning period. And then based on the methodology that was adopted by the Fresno Council of Governments, the city of Fresno was given a housing target of nearly 37,000 housing units. You can see on this slide that 63% of the RHNA, of the housing target, was assigned to the city of Fresno. The allocations are based on projected population and employment growth in each jurisdiction, and other factors like directing housing to infill areas near transit. As the major population and employment center in the county, the city received a large portion of the RHNA. And this nearly 37,000 housing unit target is broken down by income level, from very low income up to above moderate income. You can see the distribution of your housing unit target shown here. And then once the city receives its RHNA, it's required to prepare the housing element to show that there's enough available land appropriately zoned for a variety of housing to be built to meet the needs at all income levels. So we prepare an inventory of all of the vacant and underutilized land where there's potential for new housing to be built, and then we classify each parcel based on the income level that can be accommodated. So sites that have zoning that allows for housing at least 30 units per acre are counted as meeting your lower income RHNA. Land zoned at medium densities get credited toward the moderate income RHNA, and then land that's zoned for single family homes are counted as your above moderate income RHNA. The map here shows the inventory of all of the available sites for housing that are counted in your housing element. And then this table summarizes all of the capacity that's counted on these sites and in your planned and pending projects. And overall, the housing element demonstrates that the city has sufficient capacity to meet the RHNA at all income levels, with surplus capacity in all categories. That surplus number is shown there on the bottom. So next, I'm going to highlight some of the key programs from the city's Housing Action Plan. This is Appendix 1. The city's housing plan contains 50 policies and 37 implementation programs that are organized around the 7 goal topics shown here. There have been a lot of changes in state housing law, as you know, but one of the most significant new laws that affects this round of housing elements is Assembly Bill 686, which mandates all public agencies in California to take actions to affirmatively further fair housing, or AFFH for short. And this means taking meaningful actions to combat discrimination, overcome patterns of segregation, and foster inclusive communities where everyone has equal access to opportunities. So in the housing element, the city is required to look at all programs through the lens of AFFH. And there are 2 major approaches to AFFH. The first is to create opportunities for a variety of housing, including affordable housing, in high resource areas. Those are the areas that are shown in blue here on the map. These are generally areas that have more amenities, better performing schools, and greater economic opportunity This is determined by the state and looking at census data and other data by census tracts. The other aspect of the AFFH strategy is to invest financial resources in improvements in lower resource areas. Those are shown in light green on the map, and areas of concentrated poverty shown in yellow. So programs in the housing element must focus on revitalizing these areas to improve quality of life. So the programs in the first goal section are about accelerating housing production at all income levels, and some of the key programs include Program 2, which is an important part of the AFFH strategy that I just described. The program commits to creating capacity for 2,500 multifamily housing units in high resource areas. And then other programs like Program 4, 6, and 9 are about streamlining the review process by establishing more non-discretionary approval processes for certain housing types. The programs in the second goal section are specifically focused on facilitating affordable housing by offering a range of incentives and financial resources, including the city's local housing trust fund, a land bank and community land trust, affordable housing on surplus public lands, and other actions that support affordable housing. Goal section 3 is about preserving and improving your existing housing and neighborhood conditions through housing rehabilitation and code enforcement. And goal section 4 is about supporting the development of housing for special needs groups, which includes seniors, people with disabilities, farm workers, and those that are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. And Program 25 includes a long list of amendments to the city's development code to bring it into compliance with state law for special needs housing. So things like emergency shelters, care facilities, supportive housing, farm worker housing. The programs in Goal 5 are specifically focused on addressing fair housing, environmental justice, and equitably investing resources in lower resource neighborhoods. Program 27 makes a connection between the housing element and the environmental justice element that the city is currently preparing. And Program 28 commits to prioritizing investments to support infrastructure improvements in highest need areas. And then finally, the last goal section is about preventing displacement and addressing homelessness. There are 6 programs in this section focused on preserving the city's existing mobile home parks, protecting residents from unlawful eviction, requiring replacement housing units consistent with state law, addressing the needs of the unhoused, and preserving existing affordable housing. We've been working on this housing element, as I mentioned, for over 2 years, and about half of that time has been working with the state on their rounds of review and revision and taking public comments into consideration. This shows the general timeline for the project with major engagement efforts shown in purple. Each draft of the housing element is represented as a green icon. That's when we published revisions. And then the comment letters from the state are the blue icons. We also received a lot of public comment letters that we've taken into consideration. Those are represented as orange icons. So I'm not going to go through all of the details, but this is just to say we've had a lot of back and forth with the state, lots of rounds of revisions. The last round of revisions was submitted to HCD on November 19th. And then just yesterday, we received a letter from the state saying, as revised, once adopted by the council, the state will find the housing element as in compliance with state law. So that's a major milestone in our process. Just very quickly, most of the comments from the state focused on what's shown here. They wanted more information on how the city was addressing public comments, more analysis of fair housing issues, more detail on the site's inventory, and then more specific commitments in the implementation programs. So that brings us to next steps. If adopted today by the City Council, we would submit the adopted housing element to HCD for certification, and then the state technically has 60 days to issue that certification letter, which would put us into February of 2025. They can do that sooner, but technically they have the full 60 days. So that concludes my presentation. I'll leave you here with staff's recommendation, and I'm happy to help city staff answer any questions.
Wonderful, thank you very much. I'm going to take questions from the council at this time. Up first, we have Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I do want to note it for the record that we officially received a notice from the Department of Housing and Community Development Division this morning on the dais. And if I read from their letter specifically, it states that we are currently out of compliance, correct? And we have been for more than a year?
That's correct.
How did we get there? How do we get out of compliance with state law?
A lot of jurisdictions are out of compliance until they've adopted the housing element and it is certified. So as of the adoption deadline of December 31st of 2023, the city has been out of compliance.
I'm asking, how did we end up a year out of compliance, specifically the city?
Well, I think part of it is HCD has very little staff, that 2 people reviewing housing elements for the entire state of California. I'll let Jennifer step in as well. So I know it goes back and forth between us and the state, and there have been a lot of delays in that process because they've had so much work on their plate, having 2 people having to review them for the state. Jennifer, if you can add or correct me on that, please.
Sure. Jennifer Clark, Planning Director. So one of the things I would state is we worked very closely in our jurisdiction in the COG region to ensure that we were collaborating with our neighbors to develop policies before we submitted our first draft. So our first draft was submitted prior to the expiration of our prior housing element. And then we have spent a significant amount of time trying to ensure that it is consistent with new state laws. This housing element is very different from prior elements and has significant changes in the content that needed to be included. And so that required additional analysis that took time. And we spent a lot of time trying to ensure that we met the expectations not only of the state, but really meaningfully considered all public comment, and there was significant public comment.
And it was multi-jurisdictional, which is a new thing for us. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the city of Fresno chose to join into the multi-jurisdictional housing element, which we had not done in the past, because in our estimation, housing does not have borders, right? So there are no walls or moats around the city of Fresno, and Fresno County as a whole, unfortunately, doesn't cover the whole region, right? Each COG has its own RENA, but we were inclusive of the other jurisdictions in the county, so that we could really think about policies globally from a regional level.
So Director, would it be fair to describe this for the general public as a regional housing plan with multiple jurisdictions expected to build a specific amount of housing?
Absolutely, right.
Okay, so with that, I want to go to your percentage breakdown, your RENA numbers. And the basic way to describe RENA numbers, essentially the region, which is our Fresno County area, is expected to build how many units under this plan?
The region, approximately 58,000 units.
Correct. And in this plan, the city is expected to take up 63% of those new units?
We are required to plan for capacity for about 37,000 housing units, which is about 63%. Yes, the RENA was established a little over 2 years ago.
Correct, through regional conversations with our neighbors.
The COG board adopts, yes, the COG board adopts the RENA allocation.
And what is our current population representation in the county? Fresno, is it 50% of the county, 55% of the county? What is our representation in the county?
The city of Fresno is approximately 53% of the population of the county. And that was a part of the formula. So when the regional housing needs appropriation is sent by the state, right, COG, you need to identify this much capacity for the entire county. Then there is a requirement, again, new in this housing element cycle, of how we should look at certain types of elements like access to jobs, access to transportation, et cetera, in determining what that allocation is, then the COG has to send that to the state for approval before it's even decided that, yes, that is the allocation.
So in essence, the communities that have the public transit systems, the regional job centers, essentially the jobs and the system to transport people to those jobs should basically take up a bigger responsibility in building more housing, correct?
The state policy and law directs urban development to jurisdictions that have the ability to provide those services, yes.
And the reason I bring that up is in the conversations that we have around Measure C, the Fresno County Transportation Tax, we don't get 63% of the pie of that tax. Their rationale, my future board of supervisors, is everyone's equal, let's give a lot more money to rural areas who need it more, but the regional plan for the air pollution mitigation of the district, San Joaquin Air District, the housing regional plan, the transportation regional plan, the general plan for the county, all expect the city to take on more growth, the city to have higher density in Blackstone and Chavez Boulevard and Herndon. But when it comes to the money, they want that split equally. They want us to overcompensate and over-allocate resources to areas that are not being expected to build more housing. So that's where I just wanted to point out to the public. And, one of the issues that we had with the last measure is this notion of the transit-oriented development. By its definition, you're supposed to encourage development where there's public transit. But the COG changed that definition that you can be a mile away from a bus stop and be considered an urban core with transportation corridor, so that Selma and Wrigley and small towns could get money that they otherwise would not be eligible if you just follow the rules. So I just want to point this out, that if the council adopts this, we're taking on that additional responsibility over and above our population representation, and that we should then expect the next version of Measure C, the next version of X, other investment, to cover those costs, because it costs a lot more money to build in the urban core than it does to build a new subdivision in open ag land. The other question I had for you, I also noted that in the letter from the state, they're clearly indicating that this plan as drafted would put us in compliance, correct?
Correct.
And all the changes that we've made, including taking their input, taking community input, all that gets us squared away.
Yes, and the last, I think, second to last paragraph also says it triggers additional work for the city, right? Well, that's the environmental justice element, the safety element. Those are currently underway. So we are aware, and we have already started work on those next steps that they will expect us to do. But this letter does say if the council adopts it as we have presented it to you today, that it would meet their requirements.
And part of the list of projects or efforts that you guys include for meeting the state's expectations is a couple of things that I want to point out. One is using surplus property for housing, correct?
Yes, it is a state directive that the city and all governmental agencies in the state, including state agencies, identify surplus land and identify strategies to reuse those for housing if appropriate, right? Not every single parcel is going to be appropriate, but we have said we would go through and start identifying all of our surplus properties, which is something we already do with the RDA or the successor agency with our departments, and identify, is there an appropriate housing use for that, and then put that out for proposals.
Thank you. And so if we have a excess land, declare a surplus, and we build a hotel on it or an office space, would that meet the intent of this as proposed to the state?
No, but it would need to follow a process, right? So the city has to follow the state set out process. Our goal is to increase housing availability in the city of Fresno, including on city-owned properties, that we are intending to put out under the Surplus Land Act.
As we get into budget conversations, and I think every indication from staff and the finance folks is that sales tax are coming in lower than anticipated. We're probably getting ready for some budget cuts and reductions. This plan assumes that we're going to fund essentially a dozen housing initiatives, from land banks to land trusts to affordable housing to buyer assistance programs to eviction protection programs. If this body, as a result of budget constraints, cuts any of these initiatives this upcoming year, would that put us at risk of, again, returning to not being compliant with the state?
In our annual action plan, we would need to address why certain investments weren't made in that year and how the city intended to either modify its plan or how it would continue to provide investment in the community. I will note that the vast majority of what we fund in this community, especially direct construction of housing, is done with state and federal resources, not local general fund dollars. So that would continue to occur, assuming that we do have a compliant housing element.
But we do have a couple of general funded projects, like eviction protection is a general fund obligation, correct?
Eviction protection program is something that has been funded in the past by the city council, and there, the expectation and the goal is that we would. It would be an annual evaluation and review by the council to determine whether or not it was effective. Funding, would continue if it's available.
Does approving this plan require us as a city to continue funding all the initiatives listed in the program?
It does not, and maybe Chelsea can address specifically how, if there is a funding shortage, how do we communicate to the state of our either change in performance metrics or what we do?
Yes, so each year the city prepares an annual progress report where you will report on your progress that year and note these issues or what happened in the prior year. The housing element has objectives for what we're trying to achieve as a city, but obviously we don't have a crystal ball for what's going to happen year to year. The APR, Annual Progress Report, is your mechanism for reporting progress towards the state.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions for some other directors related to this item. Director Sky. Apologies, I don't know if there's a different formal title you have. But I didn't want to call you Phil. Can you give us a kind of an overview of how many resources this council has invested in housing efforts in the last few years?
Sure, happy to. Assistant Director Phil Sky, Plan Development. Councilmember, I was looking at this number, and for housing and homelessness investment from all sources, COVID relief dollars, everything included from July 1st of 2019, just as a snapshot, through June 30th of 2024, again, housing and homelessness combined, we have invested more than $365 million.
And City Manager, what's usually the size of our general fund? Give or take $1.
483 million.
483. So we've made a significant investment in the last few years on housing and homelessness, correct?
So 2019, yes, I would say so.
And most of those investments are federal and state funding, correct?
That's correct.
Very little of it is general fund?
That is correct. And
what do you anticipate the city having on an annual basis going forward for housing? Either, what I'm asking for is not the unknown grants that we may receive and apply for, but what is the guarantee amount that we typically get on an annual basis? Either CDBG or the standard funding sources?
Yeah, Councilmember, I do want to just sort of say on the record that there are no guarantees. When it comes to federal and state dollars, they're all subject to, economic, trends, both at the federal and state level. Nevertheless, what we anticipate, at least in the next year or so, is continued receipt of about $9 million total, and that's really comprised of our permanent local housing allocation, which is a state source, our HUD allocations, and also $1.5 million from our local housing trust fund. And those are dollars, let me be very clear, I'm referencing dollars that we explicitly invest in housing only, not housing and homelessness.
Correct. Okay, so approximately about $9 million we're budgeting for anticipated funding for housing specifically and homelessness.
Doesn't include competitive grants that are out there, yes.
Correct. And then how much money do we still have in the coffers that's unallocated for housing so far?
Yeah, not much. So in PLHA, again, permanent local housing allocation from the state of California, we have about $1.1 million in single-family construction, again, affordable, of course, that we have available. We do expect next year another $2.9 million, which I included in the $9 million number that I just gave you. And then our local housing trust fund, in terms of unplanned dollars, we have about $114,000. Now that's for this year. Of course, next year we hope that we'll have another $1.5 million. We have another $5 million in an outstanding state grant match that we're hoping we will be awarded from the state of California, and also, by the way, is subject to a compliant housing element.
Thank you, Assistant Director. Those are my questions for you.
Yeah.
Do we have the folks on Eviction Protection Program present today?
You good?
I know my colleague, Council Member Maxall, brought this program forward with Council Member Sparks and myself, and when we brought it forward, we got pushback from Real Estate Association, Apartment Association, essentially suggesting that there wasn't a problem to solve in this arena of illegal evictions. Yet we went through with it. Can you give us a summary of how the program has performed?
Yes, good morning, council members. Christina Roberson, Assistant City Attorney. I can give, overall the program is continuing to be successful. There's a number of documented very good results. I can give some specific numbers. To date, since July of 2021, the program has received 2,571 inquiries from tenants regarding applying for the program, and of those, 1,546 tenants have been referred to outside counsel for various levels of assistance, which ranges from legal advice all the way through representation at a trial or proceedings post-trial to set aside eviction or unlawful detainer actions and remove unlawful detainers from their records. So there's kind of a scope of the services that are necessary in each case, and what kind of our outside counsel tries to tailor those services to what the client wants. But there's, like I said, there's a range of different results.
What's the cost to operate the program annually?
So for FY25, the allocation was $1.5 million this year. To date, since 2021, there has been $6,200,000 allocated to the program.
City Attorney, I know you guys probably have studied internal budget discussions to present your budgets to staff and then to council. Are you intending to recommend this program continue?
That's a policy call. So I'll be meeting with all of the original sponsors individually to see where they want to go with the program. I can tell you that based on the numbers that I'm looking at this year, we'll probably exhaust our funds before the end of the year.
Okay, so we would need an infusion of investment if we were to continue the program?
That's correct.
Okay. And annually, the program is costing us what?
The last 2 fiscal years before this one, it was an allocation of $2 million, and that was sufficient.
That was sufficient. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just my final point on this, I do want to thank staff for spending a couple years developing this plan and finally getting to a point where we're back in compliance with state on this housing element. But a couple of takeaways for me as mentioned, this is a regional plan where we all get our expectations set as a region of how much housing we're supposed to build, affordable housing, to get us out of the housing crisis. In the last 5 years, we've been investing about $77 million a year to tackle homelessness, to fund affordable housing, and all things related to housing. And that's primarily come from the federal and state government. Going forward, we're anticipating receiving about $9 million a year. It's fair to say that the days of having a huge infusion of federal and state money to address housing are behind us. And we have to reset expectations for the public and for this body and for developers who are seeking tens of millions of dollars today as if it was 3 years ago and that money was there to fund projects. I've heard a couple of ways people describe the housing crisis. One is some would suggest you build yourself out of it. Those of us who have built affordable housing projects in our districts can attest it takes 5 years. From the point of securing all the money to getting permits and environmental studies, construction, inspections, it's a 5-year journey. And although this administration has initiated and had more projects in the pipeline than any other in its history, we're nowhere near going to be able to tackle the affordability, crisis before us. I asked staff the other day during the meeting, what is considered affordable in the city of Fresno? Just basic formula as dictated by the housing policies. And the response was $1,700 a month of rent was the formula that tells us it's affordable. When I got on this council, the standard of the market was $800 for a single family home. That was a standard rent. Now that's not the standard anymore. The vast majority of our housing market is privately owned. Some are mom and pop shops as a retirement, revenue source. Most of them in my district are corporations. Recently, there are more foreign investments and foreign countries buying up a huge swath of apartment complexes and doubling the rents. I know one of the policies that the community and advocates requested was rent control. It didn't make it to this housing element plan. I know we probably don't have the support in this body for passage of rent control, much less a debate over rent control. But I still don't see how we're going to get to solving the housing crisis and the homeless crisis without doing something dramatically different and having that discussion. If we could have built ourselves out of this crisis, we would have. If we could have funded our way out of this crisis, $400 million in 5 years would have taken a big bite. And all we saw in those 5 years is rents go from $800 to $1,700. And the incomes haven't grown to that level. And folks are still struggling. And that's before you account for PG&E used to be $150 5 years ago. Now PG&E is $500. It's massively unaffordable in the city. And so I'm supportive of this plan, but like any public servant, I'd like to say that we left our city in a better place that we found it, and we have in so many sectors. We've reconstructed neighborhoods, we've rebuilt the Parks Department, we've built more affordable housing units than ever before, but the one failure I still see that we can't get our hands around is this affordability of housing. And simply putting market rate subdivisions on steroids that cost $400,000 and $500,000 to buy doesn't solve the fact that an apartment complex is costing $1,300 in the city of Fresno, or a house that's run down is costing $1,700. I know we're doing quite a bit in economic development, but as our population ages, their ability to generate income is not going to match. Social Security is not increasing at the same rate as rent is. So I don't have an answer. I just know that if we don't point out the problem, then we're never going to get to having a discussion about what are the things we should be doing. I do appreciate the fact that this plan has a whole lot of programs that before didn't exist. We didn't have a land trust. We didn't have a dedicated commitment. We didn't even have a housing department when I got here. Now we do. We didn't have, tiny homes. Now we do. We didn't have the amount of affordable housing complexes being funded by us. We didn't have not one shelter. Now we have several. We didn't have eviction protection program. Now we do. So we've done a lot, unprecedented amount of activities, but yet it is less affordable today than it was 5 years ago in the city of Fresno when it comes to housing and utilities. And that, in my view, is going to be the single largest driver to increasing the homeless crisis and the affordability crisis in the city. So I appreciate the time. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Councilmember. Up next, I have Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Director Clark, just a couple of questions. First of all, thank you and Assistant Director Scott for meeting with me and going through the very thorough work that you and your team did. I was looking at the blueprint, because that's what it is. I don't want anybody here to think that because we now have a housing element plan in place approved by the state that's the amount of units that we're going to build. This is essentially just a plan, right, that says that we're planning on building units, but you still need the private sector, you still need market conditions to build the actual structures, correct?
At the heart of the housing element is the city's understanding that it needs to have the capacity to meet the RENA that is provided to us, and it needs to remove roadblocks for that happening. And then there's additional requirements, but there is not a construction requirement at the heart of the housing element. We have goals, we have objectives to build certain types of housing, but there is not a requirement for the city to build 37,000 housing units in the next 8 years.
And I just want folks to understand that, because I got a couple emails, some people that think that this is what that's going to lead to, and not necessarily. Again, this is just a plan. And also, just for the benefit of the public, if you could just explain, I think, Assistant Director Sky, what is the value of having this plan approved today? Is it just releasing of funds? Is it a prerequisite for people to apply for these funds? I mean, you could just kind of highlight those 2 points.
Yeah, absolutely. So the housing element is a requirement, compliant housing element for access to certain state dollars. So it's a threshold requirement before you can even submit an application. Having a compliant housing element is a requirement. And then additionally, if you don't have if you do have a housing element in certain other cases, you can, it can either add or detract points if it's compliant or not compliant.
Okay. I saw the list also of the participating jurisdictions, and I was going down the list and counting them. I noticed that there was one city that did not participate in these conversations. Our friends and neighbors, the city of Clovis, is that correct?
Yeah, they're actually in a different process right now with the state, and so they were not able to participate. They're working through some a settlement, and so working through the multi-jurisdictional housing element was not the right approach at this time.
Okay. Was there a desire for them to engage at some point, or was it just no interest in participating? I'm asking because I think myself and Councilmember Butterfield, I mean, I'm going to represent a small part of Clovis, and he's going to represent also another part of Clovis, and we're trying to think more broadly.
I can speak to that, Council Member. The City of Clovis, my firm was already under contract with them at least a year before the multi-jurisdictional housing element started to assist with their housing element. So they weighed the pros and cons of changing the contract and participating, but it was really, the regional effort was more of a funding and contracting mechanism. Yeah. They participated in the RENA discussions and in the committee discussions, but it was more because they were already underway, and they were, as Ms. Clark said, they were dealing with the settlement agreement and trying to figure out how to incorporate that into the housing element, and they wanted to just stay the course. So that was the primary reason.
Got it. That makes sense. I know there was some litigation that was involved. They were settling. I think there are now some requirements on their end that they have to fulfill, i.e. Inclusionary zoning, things of that sort that will make them compliant for them to be eligible. I just wanted to make sure that folks understood that they didn't reject not participating. There was a different conversation on there. And, you know, as we go through this conversation, and I asked our city manager how long this plan is for, I think it takes us to 2031. Is that correct, Assistant or Director Clark?
Yeah, so this will take us through the year 2031. It's an 8-year plan. It begins January 1 of 2024, so we're nearing the end of the first year. There are a number of items, primarily reporting and bringing forward for your consideration some things that we'll have to do very quickly in 2025 once adopted, but it is an 8-year plan, so there are 7 more years of this cycle.
And then as part of the yearly, I think it's a yearly progress report that we'll be, you know, analyzing. We'll obviously make adjustments, but just one of my final questions is, so what was our requirement for housing units that the state wanted to see? Because I think we have a surplus now of about 7,000 excess units.
Right, so our regional housing allocation was just under 37,000 units, 36,866 was our allocation. We have just shy of 7,000 in excess, about 6,800 some change surplus.
So we're going above and beyond what the minimum requirement was on this?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and as we go forward with, you know, the conversation, I mean, I know there's some folks here to speak about a lot of the growth plans and specific plans. We do have that pending litigation that we need to address for our master EIR that we're working through. I know this is a small component, but separate from that. And I think that will be helpful for the conversation going forward on what that looks like for the city of Fresno and all of the cities on it. I was really encouraged, and I just want to say thank you for bringing all of these folks to the room. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. I think that pie chart you showed what everybody's responsibility is and kind of a goal to meet. And as we go through conversations about, you know, what that looks like in stock, I think the mayor and myself had an opportunity to see a model that outlines exactly how adding additional units in the city of Fresno, i.e. growing, reduces the amount of rent. And as we go through conversations of rent control, we just had an election, and I think the voters of Fresno County overwhelmingly rejected, you know, rent control by 60-something%. So it kind of makes us be more strategic and more creative as to how we go about reducing that price point for average monthly rents. So with that, again, thank you for the great work. I know it's not easy to sometimes herd cats from different jurisdictions, but good job to you and our Assistant Director and our partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Director, just a quick question. I think Program 4 was in regards to I guess promoting more of a ministerial process for housing entitlements.
So, go ahead.
We are currently in the process of developing a text amendment to do just that. Is that correct?
So we are going to be bringing forward for the city's consideration a number of items in the next year. Some are going to streamline per state law to comply with state law streamlining, including ministerial approval. Others are new for your consideration, including ministerial review for properties along our high-capacity transit corridors, reuse of existing buildings, for example, office buildings, and the possibility for the council to consider residential uses in office zoning generally. So those are all going to be coming forward to the council for consideration next year, which will allow for more expedited processing of housing.
Okay. Do you have a more specific time frame by chance? Are we thinking spring?
We have one particular text amendment that is currently in its public comment period on our environmental document. It will be closed at the end of this month. Depending on the number of comments, I would anticipate sometime February-ish that we could bring back for your consideration that first piece.
Got it. And then just for the benefit of the council, this to me, I believe, is removing the red tape to allow us to more expeditiously process housing applications. And so this is a big one, and I'm looking forward to that coming before the council for consideration. Thank you, Director.
Yep.
Thank you to your whole team. I know the work and effort that takes to develop housing element updates, and this will put us on a cycle to do it now every 8 years. Is that correct? Okay. All right. City Manager.
Really quick, I just wanted to say thank you to the team. There has been so much work on their plate in the Planning and Development Department with all of the various planning efforts and specific plans. And we are so grateful for all of your time and energy and dedication. Job well done, you guys. I know you've put your heart and soul into all these plans, so thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm going to open it up for public comment at this point. I do have a few cards, and if you have not already done so, you can fill out a yellow card in the back of the council chamber. Up first, I have Raul Pickett. As a reminder, this is public comment on the 9:15 a.m. item.
Right.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. Okay, I just have a quick statement. I'm not against the element. I have read it, all of the different sections, but I haven't been engaged in it as much as I would like to testify either for or against it, although I do have some issues. But my statement is regarding Chinatown. I'm currently involved with the Chinatown Preservation Committee, previously known as the Chinatown Revitalization Committee. It was started by the business community in Chinatown over 30 years ago. And so at this point, it's still in existence. And so I have recently become participant in the group in the last year or so. So I have a statement. The use of mixed-use plan in Chinatown does not make sense. At one time it did. It had 15 hotels. It had just as many residential facilities. It was the area that had mixed-use plans instituted back early in the 1900s, and it continued through the 1940s and the 1950s. But it's no longer appropriate, and we're trying to force that, and Chinatown to accept that model again. It's outgrown and it's limited. The city's plan states that Chinatown will be converted into a neighborhood that includes expanding additional housing. What it doesn't state is that such housing is similar to the Monarch already constructed. The apartment complex is primarily extremely low income and intended to be a mixed-use apartment. The business section has been vacant for the last 2 years. That's the mixed-use aspect of it, while children are confined to their apartments. There's empty buildings downstairs when those kids could be using that space for recreation. And I think you've hired a consultant to try to market that space, but nobody wants to occupy it. The planned additional housing will supplement residential facilities owned by absentee owners, people that have very little knowledge of Chinatown's history, of the needs of the area. They're low-level investors that need an immediate profit. Most are dilapidated single residential occupancies, or what they call SRO apartments, historically used to house large numbers of agricultural workers. That's what you have in Chinatown right now. Currently, these units house among the city's most destitute residents. I've been up to some of those second floors. Yes, you have the whole variety of destitution there. And, I've seen it from my own eyes. The city and local Chinatown, the city supports such housing, which is promoted as a mixed-use plan. We just close our eyes to it and ignore it. The city...
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Everyone has 3 minutes for public comment. Thank you. Up next, I have Sylvia Palomares. Thank you. Up next, we have Sylvia Palomares. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Hello, my name is Silvia Palomares, and I am with Fresno Building Healthy Communities. I am giving comments on agenda item ID 241626 on behalf of Fresno BHC and Leadership Council. We strongly urge the City Council not to adopt the current housing element plan presented before you today until you incorporate community identified programs. This housing element plan does not adequately respond to the city's housing crisis or the need of its most vulnerable residents. The housing element fails to incorporate programs with meaningful actions, in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to community based on protected characteristics. We strongly urge the city to incorporate community-identified programs, such as codifying the eviction protection program in the city's municipal code, and commit to ongoing funding. Evaluate the feasibility of adopting measures to protect residents from displacement, including consideration of adoption of rent control and just cost eviction protections. Commit to preparing a feasibility study to support the consideration and potential adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance. Create a permanent program to provide emergency rental assistance to lower income households. And finally, for Program 27, ensure that the ad hoc South Central Specific Plan Committee has a seat for the school and community residents and provides technical assistance to ensure meaningful participation. These programs will affirmatively further fair housing and replace segregated living patterns with truly integrated and balanced living patterns. It is important to note that the city has the obligation to provide an annual progress report to HCD and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research on the status of the plan and progress in implementation. HCD's new enforcement department, the Housing Accountability Unit, has authority to review any action or failure to act by a local government that it determines is inconsistent with an adopted housing element or housing element law. This includes failure to implement program actions included in the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Up next, I have Randy. I believe the name is Randy. It's group affiliation, Chinatown Revitalization. Could be Rudy. Yeah, we'll go with Rudy. Good morning, Rudy. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Let's see, I gotta lower this. Can I lower this? Or is that? Okay. You know, I want to ask about the China Alley, item 93, 931, 937. And it states, declaring an urgent necessity for the preservation of life, health, and property, and on and on. How did this resolution come about? And who did the city consult on the sale? I'm a member of the Chinatown Preservation Committee, and I was very instrumental in starting it in 1934. And I'm just curious, how did, I'm not aware of how this came about. Kathy Omachi didn't tell me. So, and I'm concerned
I'm so sorry,
because...
sir. I apologize to interrupt you. Which item are you here to discuss? Which item are you here to talk about?
The China.
That's a different item. We'll come back to that one. Would you like to discuss it then, please?
Okay, well, my question is, who are you consulting on this China alley?
What we're going to do, I apologize, we're going to come back to you. We'll keep your card, and when we discuss that item, we'll have you come up and discuss it as well.
Well, I want to use my 3 minutes.
You'll have 3 more minutes. Brett, you'll have a new 3 minutes. Yeah, it'll restart.
Then I would like to read you something.
Sir, our rules require us to only discuss items that are before us at this moment. We will promise to come back to you, and you'll have 3 brand new minutes to discuss it when we come back to you. I apologize for that, sir.
Well,
next I'm going to call up Des. I promise we will come back to you,
well, my
sir.
question wasn't answered. Who authorized this resolution?
Council Vice President, if I may suggest, our Assistant Director, Phil Sky, can sit down and walk you through the item. He's right here. He can talk to you right now.
Thank you, Council Member. We'll do that right now. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Assistant Director Sky will help you right now. And if you want to come back, you can also come back for 3 more minutes. Des, you're up. Thank you.
Hello. So you guys sat up here and talked about $400 million that you guys keep on, what is it, for millions and millions, as Bredefield says. You know, what did you do with your 10% that you guys get to keep for admin fees? Where does that go? Like, seriously, where does that go, the percentage that you guys get to keep, where does that go? Like, why are we not using that for housing or something? The meetings for the ADA were not compliant. We're not ADA compliant. And I told you guys that when I went to the meetings. There were people that were actually turned away. There were more city employees and FMCOC employees than there was the community. So out of your 400 people that you accounted for, I would like to know how many of those were your own employees. I was at a meeting where people were turned away. That was actually in Chinatown. I went to that one too. You guys actually consolidated 2 meetings together, which you should have never done, because it was very confusing to have county and city sitting over there talking about this. These meetings were filled, again, with city and county's employees. You just arrested over 250 people from what Dyer, or 230, whatever he said. He told ABC 30 yesterday that there was like 230 people arrested. I mean, you're averaging, what, $8 million to keep them in jail? Who thought about this? You guys are really going to spend $8 million a year to keep those 200-something people in jail that he so proudly talked about arresting? Who's going to pay for that? You guys got to pay for it. Seriously. $104 a day per person. ERFs are being used for all other things but what the funds are said to be for. You keep on talking about funds that actually take hundreds off the streets. You take our funds, encampment resolution funds, was for people that were living on encampments to go into shelters, to go into permanent housing. But you keep on taking our funds and giving it to the Fresno Rescue Mission and everybody else for housing, and the contract states that you have to house the people that are in that encampment. That's why they're still there, Butterfield. They're not paying people from the encampment. They're not, okay? So when you keep on giving our money to organizations that are being sued right now in the Fresno County Courthouse, Pavarello House is being sued for 10 counts of wage theft. 10 counts, up to 75 employees, and you guys are going to give them again today more money. The housing element is not in compliance, but you guys are going to pass it today, so I'm going to bring all this stuff up. I don't understand. Keep on wasting our money. We're still going to be out here. You keep on giving it to people like Pavarello House because they're the only people that want to help with the homeless. No, that's Dyer's little medal that he wants to put on a post and say, look what I did in Fresno. So that's not. You guys, come on, they're getting sued for sexual harassment too. How many times do I have to come up here and say this? Like seriously, I don't understand, allegedly, okay, but the lawsuit for the wage theft is public comment.
Thank you, Des. Up next, we have Brandy N. Hi, Brandy. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. First, I want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that has been done by Fresno Housing and Community Development, and as well as community members who've given their time, and I thank you for your efforts. I echo the statements by Building Health Communities and Leadership Council to ask you to incorporate the community-identified programs before you adopt the housing element. There is a critical need for housing. We mentioned about this city mentions about what they have done. And while I'm grateful, we do have a need that needs to be met that is required by the state of California since 1969. And Miguel mentioned about needing to do something that the need can't be met without doing something dramatically, and the need for rent control to meet policy 7.2 to protect from displacement by preserving naturally occurring affordable housing. There are many things I see on this housing element that reflect the asks that were brought forth by community advocates such as Land Bank, Community Land Trust, Eviction Protection Program, variety of housing opportunities in high resource areas, program, the local housing trust. One of them, policy 7.5 regarding housing first. I'm thankful that this is on the document, and I think it needs to be fleshed out and to allow our homeless plan to be reoriented to reflect this. And we were speaking about permanent housing. For example, things that need to be changed is that in a recent treatment first approach, which not everyone needs, there are people who are graduating from treatment programs without a place to go, as well as people in shelters that are being exited without permanent housing. And that housing first has been effective in many cities in lowering homelessness by providing permanent housing. I want to note that on the housing element, it mentions that while there are 2,600 extremely low income houses in the city, the total arena for both housing, low and extremely low income units is 9,440. Therefore, there will still be an unmet need for housing extremely low households, even if the city meets its qualified objective for its housing element, and that needs to be understood. And with a need to focus on housing first rather than criminalization, and that heart in this is impeding people from housing. What is missing that I would like to request is a grievance system as well to make this more robust, is a grievance system for unfair evictions, people who have concerns about, unfair exits and other grievances at shelters, and all things are provided for those who are in housing, and for a lived experience community-based oversight board to ensure that these concerns are addressed by those who understand best. I also want to thank note specific things like Program 24.
Thank you, Brandy. Up next, we have Dakari Cleveland. Hi, Dakari, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dakari Cleveland with Power California, membership organizer. Right now, I'm asking the city not to adopt the housing element plan until community-identified programs are incorporated and included in the plan. I ask you all to center the people in the city in this plan, just because right now, I really feel like the people on the ground really don't feel the dollars that you guys are talking about, the multi-million dollars that is being spent. The people really don't feel that. I really respect the housing work, those in the urban regional planning field as well, and community development, but we also know that, we have the 60 units that we celebrated at the Avalon property, but we still have 35,000 low-income households that lack access to affordable housing. So I really just want us to continue to center the people in this plan, because until we actually put people into these homes, it's just a property plan. All right, people make houses, people make homes, people make communities, and we have to really focus on those individuals and those that you say you serve. I just really ask that you all continue to center everyone that is being affected by the plans that you all plan to approve, and that are currently not in compliance. Thanks for the update. And just really understand that, we really got to focus on the plan, and if we have a plan, let's stick to it. I know it's kind of hard sometimes to hit certain goals, but, let's really stick to the plan for the people that you guys, once again, say that you serve. Just to really bring some information up about the people that you all say you serve. Power California and Latino Decisions surveyed about 1,500 young Californians from 18 to 30 years old. and actually just realized that in the last 12 months, 1 in 3 young Californians actually had to take a second job or more to actually just keep up with the cost of living. Honestly, when you break it down by race, Black Californians still face homelessness at high rates. It's honestly very unacceptable. And so until we actually continue to put community identity and people and focus on who's being affected by these plans that you guys plan to push forward, I really just don't think it's okay to move forward and adopt some things that just don't serve those that you plan to work for. I just really want to say that. And just also want to throw out that, young Californians right now are just really believe that the highest barrier to moving to housing is high rent. We keep talking about rent control, but you guys say hey, it's not possible, but you guys know people are being affected by it. Let's put something in place that actually will protect the people that you're supposed to serve and protect their pockets as well so they can continue to enjoy the city that they live in, hopefully continue to enjoy the thriving growth that you all plan to say that is here. I enjoy an ice rink, but a lot of families can't enjoy that. Let's make things affordable, like housing to start with, so they can enjoy the smaller things that the city has to offer. I just really want to throw that out right now, especially in this time of Christmas, getting to the New Year's. A lot of people are going to feel that effect of what happened recently in the past.
Thank you, Dakari. Up next, I have Greg Terzakis. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council, the City Manager and staff. Greg Terzakis, California Apartment Association, here in support of the housing element. What I've heard this morning is that it has been a long process. I've been involved in it for the last couple of years. I've attended a lot of the meetings, both in person and virtually, and want to say that Darm and Jennifer Clark and Sophia and her group have done a phenomenal job in putting this together. But what I've heard from Councilmember Arias was, why have we been out of compliance for a year? And I understand there's been a lot of issues with headcount at HCD and making it possible for it to be approved. But there's kind of a cognitive dissonance I'm feeling here that, oh my God, we have this housing element that is out of compliance and we need it to be put in compliance, but people here are saying, no, we can't pass this. The only way we're going to get the problem solved of building new housing, which we need, particularly in the affordable space, both for ownership and rental, is by beginning today by passing the housing element. Now, it's, to quote Churchill, not the end and it's not the beginning of the end, but it's the end of the beginning. And we're going to come back, we're going to have a lot of conversations on what gets built and where. I know there's a tax share discussion being had currently with the county and with the city, and I'm hopeful that the 2 members that will soon be moving over to the county will be helpful in facilitating those conversations, because we do need to build SADA out. That's 40,000 doors, both rental and owned, that we need to plan for as Fresno grows. We cannot regulate our way out of this. And speaking on rent control, we just had a statewide ballot initiative that in the state lost by 20 points, and in the county of Fresno lost by 26 points. Not one county, not one, not even San Francisco, approved Prop 33. They all said no to Prop 33. And I don't have the information as it relates to specific council districts, but I do know in 2020, Prop 21 did not carry one single council district in the city of Fresno. And in light of the fact that it was handed a much bigger defeat than it was in 2020, I would imagine that's true. And then the last thing I would say is, as it relates to the eviction protection program, I've had the pleasure of working with Council Member Maxwell on that. As it's currently constituted, we have supported it since the beginning and will continue to support it. And I look forward to working with you in the budget cycle in the coming year in ensuring it's funded. And I will close by saying we also agree that emergency rental assistance is the single most effective way to keep people at risk of losing their housing housed. So I would strongly urge this body to pass the housing element as is written today, so we can move on to the next step of finding ways to build the housing that the city needs to house the people, and particularly those who are the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Council President.
Yes.
Can I just address Greg real quick? I just want to say there was a comment made by a colleague earlier, and I just wanted to correct the record that Apartment Association has been very helpful with the formation of the eviction protection program. You guys have been very supportive of that program all along, so we appreciate you guys being part of the solution for making
It's
that
our pleasure.
possible.
Thank you for the leadership of that,
Thank you.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Appreciate you guys.
Are there any further members who would like to speak on the 9:15 a.m. item? This is public comment on the 9:15 housing element update. Please come up at this time. Seeing no one else, I will close the public comment portion and bring it back up to the dais for further discussion or action. I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Council Vice President. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. Thank you, staff. We will now move on to our 9:20 a.m. item. This is number 1, actions pertaining to the acquisition of fee title interest of a parcel to benefit the Blackstone-McKinley BNSF grade separation project. We will first hear from staff with their presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Nancy Bruno, Supervising Real Estate Agent, Capital Projects Department. The item before you today is a hearing to consider a resolution of necessity for the construction of the Blackstone-McKinley BNSF grade separation project to acquire fee title interest of assessors parcel numbers 451-071-25 and 451-071-38, owned by Rocking Rail LLC, excuse me, a California limited liability company, and occupied by Easy Haul, Ready Mix and Landscape Supply, Star Building Supplies, and Star Stucco Products. This hearing is to determine whether these parcels are necessary for the project. It has been the practice of staff to continue negotiations with property owners even after the adoption of a resolution of necessity in hopes to not proceed to court. Staff currently is in the process of ongoing negotiations with the property owner. In the event Council adopts this resolution of necessity today, staff will not move forward with filing an action in court unless we are unable to reach an agreement with the owner. In an effort to meet obligation deadlines and maintain the project schedule, this step in determining the necessity of the parcels for the project is critical. Staff have prepared a slide presentation to familiarize Council and the public with the right-of-way acquisition process, as well as provide information about the project and the impacts to these specific parcels. The right-of-way acquisition process begins with staff or our consultants contacting the property owner and introducing them to the project and explaining how it impacts the property. Fair market value is determined through an appraisal. The owner is invited to accompany the appraiser to the appraiser's site visit to share information about their property that they feel may affect the value. When the first written offer is presented to the owner, they are advised of their right to obtain an independent appraisal of the property, for which the city will reimburse reasonable costs up to $5,000. As part of the process, the owner and/or the occupant of the parcel are advised that they may be entitled to relocation benefits and reimbursement of moving expenses. The city's relocation consultant works closely with them to determine the level of eligibility and assists in identifying a replacement location for their business if desired. During negotiations and title clearance, the process can go 2 ways. If the terms are acceptable to all, the agreement is signed, the city would proceed to close escrow and obtain possession of the parcel. If there are failed negotiations, title issues, or lack of participation in negotiations by the property owner, staff would recommend Council consider an adoption of resolution of necessity, which is where we find ourselves today. If Council adopts the resolution for this parcel today, staff will continue to work towards a successful close of escrow. Should that not occur, the acquisition will be referred to the City Attorney's Office, who will proceed to file an eminent domain action with the courts. As part of the process, an order for possession will be requested from the court, so the city may proceed with the project at these parcels. Jonathan will now further describe the project and the impacts to these parcels.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Jonathan Maravilla. I'm with the I'm in the Transportation Project Management Division in the Capital Projects Department. Go ahead to slide 2. There we go. Thank you. I will be providing a summary of the project current status, schedule, and how the project impacts the parcels for this item. The proposed project will eliminate 2 existing at-grade railroad crossings on Blackstone Avenue and McKinley Avenue. As a result, it will increase safety, traffic flow, and operations. There have been 4 fatalities at these crossings in the last 10 years. With the construction of this project, the conflict between pedestrians and vehicles with the trains will be eliminated. This project would benefit the nearby communities and visitors to the area. We have received project funding through a state TIRCP grant, and LPP grant, and local FCTA Measure C funds. Slide 3. Let's go. There we go. This slide provides an aerial overview of the proposed project limits. The project would be separating the railroad from the streets. Both Blackstone and McKinley Avenue would be reconstructed under the existing tracks. This would create an elevation difference of 25 feet at the tracks and about 14 feet at the intersection. Due to these elevation differences, retaining walls will need to be constructed. The affected parcels are outlined in red, situated at the east side of the Blackstone Avenue, just north of the BNSF railroad tracks. This slide provides a rendering of the existing conditions and elevation differences after construction. The elevation differences can be seen for both Blackstone and McKinley Avenues. The retaining walls are also visible in this exhibit. This schedule, there we go, sorry. This schedule presented is laid out to meet our funding obligation deadlines. Design is anticipated to be completed by fall 2025. Right-of-way acquisition is anticipated to be completed by summer 2025. The project construction is anticipated to begin in spring 2026 and complete in spring 2029. The exhibit shows how the parcels for this item will be impacted. Portions of this parcels will be needed for the proposed project improvements, including the sidewalk, retaining wall, and railroad bridges. Blackstone Avenue will not be accessible due to the retaining wall and elevation difference. This concludes staff presentation. Staff recommends council adopt the resolution of necessity, determining that these parcels are needed for the project and authorize an eminent domain action to acquire the fee title interests. Staff is available if there are any questions.
Thank you. Is the property owner here by chance and would like to speak? Okay. All right. Any questions from the council? Councilmember Arias?
I do have one question. For the record, what's the property owner's name?
Rocking Rail LLC is the owner of the property.
Is that but who's the human being behind the LLC? Do we know?
I believe it's Tommy Tarleton is one of the main members of the LLC.
Okay. So it's not like this LLCs that we can't track down who the humans are, right?
No.
So it's no trust either?
No.
It's not in a trust? And then secondly, what's currently exists in that location?
There's a few businesses there. It's the Easy Haul Ready Mix and Landscape Supply, Star Building Supplies, and Star Stucco Products. So it's a stucco batch plant and concrete batch plant, I believe.
And again, just for process purposes, we would help with the relocation of businesses as part of the process?
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who would like to provide input on this item? This is the 9:20 a.m. item.
I have a question.
Yeah, Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes, I'm uncertain about Tarleton. I believe there may have been a donation to my campaign from that company. So that's different than the LLC. So in interest, I should probably recuse myself from this vote.
Yes, council member, in the abundance of caution, you should do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefield. Are there any members of the public who would like to provide input on this item? This is the 9:20 a.m. number item, actions pertaining to the acquisition of fee title for the benefit of the Blackstone McKinley BNSF grade separation. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back up to the dais for discussion and action.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Have a
Council President, can I ask one thing from the administration? Going forward, can you guys, for the record, give us the names of the people? Because we have legal obligations around state law for conflicts of interest, and we can't tell if we don't know who the human being is. Thank you.
So we are going to start after the first of the year, because there were some revisions made to that law. We're going to start attaching a disclosure. We're going to require applicants to submit a disclosure disclosing who the principals are of business, and it will be attached as an attachment to every one of your agenda items. So we'll put the onus on the applicant to declare who the people are that are involved with their businesses who have a business interest, so you all can open it up with the agenda item. But because the law was changing slightly in 2025, we didn't want to start it and then stop it and revise it. Councilmember, City Attorney, is that accurate?
Yes, and there are, in some instances, no legal requirement for some of these entities to disclose membership per se. So that's something we'll have to look at.
Yeah, it's just hard. I mean, we deal with LLCs all day when we're trying to track down who the owner of a property is for code enforcement issues. And some of these are in trust, some of these it's hard to track down. So we just want to be clear. Thank you.
I have a motion and a second on item, the 9:20 a.m. number 1 item. Any objection? Item passes 6-0. Up next is the 9:25 hearing to obtain public comments regarding community needs for consideration to the development of the 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan, the 2025-2026 Annual Action Plan, Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, and Citizen Participation Plan. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Karen Jenks, Manager for the Community Development Division. This morning is the public hearing to gain individuals' input on the community and development needs as part of us developing the 2025 to 2029 Consolidated Plan. With us today is Jessica Fish from our consultant Mosaic, who will go over a brief presentation before asking to hold the public hearing. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Thank you all for having me today. Mosaic has been working with the city on their Consolidated Plan, Annual Action Plan, and Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice for the past several months, and present the plans to you and a bit of an overview of our process. So the Consolidated Plan and Annual Action Plan are focused on identifying and prioritizing community development and housing needs in the city, and they serve as the city's funding application for the federal grant programs, the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships Program, Emergency Solutions Grant, and Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS or HIV program. And they're really focused on developing a strategy to target the federal grant funding to areas with the greatest needs, so the city's priorities. The other study, the Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, is focused on assessing equal access to housing as set forth in the Civil Rights and Fair Housing Acts, which protect a person's right to own, sell, purchase, or rent housing of their choice without fear of unlawful discrimination. So in addition to combating discrimination, recipients of HUD funds are required to take meaningful actions to overcome patterns of segregation in the community, as well as foster communities that are inclusive, free from barriers restricting access to opportunity based on protected characteristics. And those federally protected classes include race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, and disability. We'll also be conducting an update of the city's Citizen Participation Plan, which is focused on providing all citizens and residents with an opportunity to participate in the planning, implementation, and assessment of the federal grant programs. A little bit about our timeline. during the fall through this month, we've been conducting community engagement and data gathering for the process. We will then begin drafting the plans. You'll be able to read and comment on the draft plans during the public comment period for 30 days in March to April of next year. That'll be at the project website, fresnocomplan.org. That's where you can find all of the information about the plans and our process. You can see where our community meetings are being held. We still have our community survey up there that will be open for a bit longer this month. So everything about the plans will continue to be updated at that website, fresnoconplan.org. And then the plans will be finalized and approved through the City Council and HUD in April to May of next year. So again, you can go to the project website to take the online housing and community needs survey, read and comment on the draft plans. That'll be in the spring. That's at fresnocomplan.org. You can also email us directly, info@mosaiccommunityplanning.com, with any questions or feedback that you have. We do have some discussion questions for today for the public hearing. What are the city's greatest housing and community development needs? Are there any housing, homelessness, or community development programs you would like to see the city continue or expand? Are there new things, new programs you'd like to see the city try? Then some questions about community engagement. Where would you like public comment opportunities promoted and published, and how can the city increase community engagement? So thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions on this item? Councilmember Maxwell.
No question. Great presentation. Plan on supporting. I just thought maybe we could pick a better name next time than Fresno Con Plan for our website.
Sure.
Besides that, very good. Thank you.
Good catch.
Speaking of which,
Councilmember Arias.
on the same note, is there any reason we can't label it something else when it's legally just a con plan, but can't we just give it a layman's terms name? Because it's extremely confusing for the general public. Can we just find a name that more accurately reflects what it is?
I think on the city's website, or like how the city is promoting it, you can certainly promote it as kind of housing and community development plans, things like that, for sure.
Brandon, City Attorney, can you confirm for us later, or if there's a legal reason we cannot call it something else for the general public's benefit, and whether we have to really just define it as a con plan publicly?
We'll take a look.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take it out to the public. This is the 925 item. Up first, I have Brandy N.
The questions on there? I know the questions that she put for the public.
City Clerk, can you go ahead and put up the PowerPoint slide that has the list of questions?
Might not need it, but that's extremely helpful. Thank you. Just want to, first of all, thank the team so much for their efforts. I saw a lot of the work they're doing, trying to reach out to the community in different ways. And I know it's a constant effort to try to learn how, try to figure out how to reach more people. But I just want to express my appreciation for all the work in different ways. I was at one of the online meetings, and that was, I learned a lot from the people who spoke, and I appreciate that. There's, regarding the ways to promote and stuff that they were making available, like printed copies of the survey. Would love to answer the third question, would love to be able to see these things promoted with different service providers, like having the paper ones at like the shelters and whatnot. I know that it's, like, again, on different social media platforms. Would love to see that more. I know that we're continuing to learn. As far as ideas, I know that I had the survey to write these out, but some of the things in the housing element I think would be a huge thing, such as continuation on focus on special needs shelters, the safe parking lots that are in the housing element, as well as the need for safe camps that's not on here. One of the big things I wanted to suggest is how working on a robust jobs program, as everyone talks to me about the need for accessibility in getting jobs, as well as protection, the things that are needed to be able to to get connected with those who are training and providing jobs, but also making sure that the city is not becoming a deterrent. And I'm going to repeat this again, but one of the parts of the housing about this needs plan is accountability and transparency. We need to be able to have a robust system to hold all of our service providers and programs accountable. We need grievance things. I'm concerned about having youth shelters and the youth potentially having problems and concerns and feeling like they don't have anyone to go to and possibly being unfairly exited or experiencing something and not have a voice. That needs to be a huge part for success. And again, I want to emphasize again and again, we need to have a lived experience lived experience board. The FMCOC has seen the need for that, and I believe that to be able to also address the issues of being able to have more of a voice, that having a lived experience board would be a huge component of this consolidated plan, and other ways that that those with lived experience who are unhoused can help bring in more of the voice of those who are unhoused. The grievance forms that things have been implemented. Fresno Housing has worked on some of those things, so I believe that there's a lot of things that are already in process that the city can implement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brandy. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on the 925 item? Please go ahead and come up. Good morning. You'll have 3 minutes.
Basically the outreach sucks, dude. Like, seriously, it really does. Like Brandy said, who are you guys outreaching to? If you're not following the city of Fresno sites, then you're not being notified. Annalisa, I live in your district. When you were running, I literally had so much junk mail posted on my damn door from your team, but you don't give me notices on my door about community meetings or housing, or like, why is that? I mean, I had a ton of people come into my door, and they still do. Your team still comes to the neighborhood. So why are you not notifying us of the housing elements, the consolidated plans, things that we really do need to be involved with, that you guys sit up here and say, oh my God, so we had community meetings and you guys just didn't show up. We didn't know. So how am I supposed to know? I'm in your district. How am I supposed to know? You're my city council member. I'm holding you accountable for not telling me when these meetings are. But you have these monthly things going out everywhere. I don't have notices on my door. I have to follow your page. I don't want to follow your page. I have to follow your page in order to do it.
Is this related to the issue?
Excuse me, Brettafield. I am speaking.
I'm going to let her.
Excuse me, Brettafield.
Your comments are on the plan, so I'll let you
Okay,
continue.
the plan sucks. I'm talking about outreach. That's part of the plan, right? Brettafield, you just took 20 seconds. I want back. Anyways, the consolidated plan, the outreach doesn't work. That's what I'm specifically talking about. And yes, I'm holding my own city council member accountable for not outreaching the meetings that I wanted to go to. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, do what you need to do in your neighborhood and leave mine alone. So I think outreaching to more people, low income, in the neighborhoods. Why are you not knocking on our doors? Why are you not going to the shelters? Why are you not sitting in Poverello House? They're getting more money for outreach. Outreach for what? Housing? What housing? Shelters? What beds? Mental health facilities? What beds? Substance use disorder? What beds? What are they doing out there? You're going to give them more money again today for outreach. Have them outreach that. The meetings, so the unhoused community can go. Notify all your providers so they can be a part of the solution and not a problem anymore. Like, we really don't want these problems. We don't want to be out there. We want to be a part of the solution. So stop blaming us for not being part of the solution and give us a freaking chance and notify us like you do when you run. You literally are chasing us down, showing up at our freaking lunch meetings and all that stuff, trying to get our votes. So Tyler, Nielsen, you guys come to the same one. I'm going to hold everybody accountable. We need to make sure that the low-income, poverty-stricken neighborhoods are notified. Some don't have Wi-Fi. Some don't have phones. So how are you guys responsible to let us know? So the outreach sucks, and I think if it was better, we would have more information. I'd have more information with you. That's all I had to say on the consolidated plan. Outreach sucks. That's it.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who would like to provide input? This is the 925 item. Good morning. Please state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Paul Jestik. I'm a real estate broker who, for over a quarter of a century, and know some of you. And I have represented a lot of buyers and sellers, and I also have a property management company. And as I look over the years, and most recently, and as you guys have stated here earlier, everything is becoming unaffordable. First-time home buyers, they cannot get pre-qualification letters, they cannot buy a house. Renters cannot afford, even the subsidized renters, the ones who have vouchers, VA, they come and they get turned away because their voucher doesn't go as high, or there's no places for them. There's not a lot of affordable places, and I don't know what the solution is. Tiny homes is one thing. I heard about 3D printing. I know manufactured homes is another thing that people start doing. As you are considering this plan, there has to be a way to include these people who can't afford, nobody speaks up for it. And again, all morning I've been listening to it. I don't really have a chance to come here often, but listen to all the plans and ideas and wonderful words. But in all of that, they're just regular people, employees of mine who have worked for me close to 20 years, and they continue saving money for down payment to buy this home that they cannot afford. Or the tenants who cannot just they don't have a place to live. So there has to be some way of being able to get more dollars, federal dollars, state dollars, locally, I don't know, investors, people who can help get more buildings out there. I have noticed in past year or so since COVID that the rents have gone down a little bit, but it's still not enough. And I guess the first ring. Anyway, so that's that. Have a wonderful day.
You have one more minute if you wish to.
I'm okay, I think.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Good morning. Please go ahead and state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Grace Simpson, and I would like to, thank you. As far as your plan moving forward, and I'm particularly referring to the voucher plan, and also some of the services that the city provide that they do not extend to property owners. Like, for instance, you take the homeless camp off the street, they move on to private property, but there's no assistance in getting the homeless camps off of private property, so we bear those expenses. In addition to that, when you do the cleanup, yearly cleanup in certain areas, those are not included. In addition to that, when you look at the cost of rentals, everyone want to hold the landlord responsible for the rental prices going up. I would like to make sure that that plan includes all the things that the landlord has to provide. Code enforcement, the homeless, we deal an awful lot with the homeless. We deal with break-ins because people don't have places to stay. We can't get the police out there to get them to take them out of the places. It is just a mess that the landlords have to deal with. In addition to that, when you set your voucher rates, you're doing it by zip code. Most of the homeless people are in the 93706, 93701, all of those codes. Where are the rates going? The rates are going to the 93711 and all the different codes up north. I'm sorry, but I get emotional. And so there is a major trying to keep the homeless. In my job, we focus by choice. I spent 30 years with AT&T as a manager, building a network, repairing a network. I was in and out of raggedy houses that were substandard. My commitment after retirement in 2000 was to try and make a difference in the life of people who could not afford to live in the River Park area or Clovis or some of those other areas. But it is difficult because that's where the problems are. That's where the break-ins are. That's where the crime is. But yet, we don't get the support from the city, the services to help. And I'd like to make sure the plan includes that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else, I will close the public comment portion for this item and bring it back up to the dais for continued discussion and action. I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Chavez, seconded by Council Vice President.
Just, can I make a clarifying point really quick?
Yes.
I just want to thank you for opening up the public comment to get input on the needs in order to develop the plan, just for the public's clarity. We don't have a plan in place right now. It was just an opportunity to provide input. We had 8 community meetings, and this was the final opportunity to provide input before the plan is drafted. And then we'll come back to council after a public hearing where they can again put input on the actual plan, and then come to a hearing to provide additional input at that time as well in May of 2025.
Thank you for
Thank you.
clarifying. So
Appreciate
there
it.
will be future opportunities for members of the public to provide additional comments. Got it. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any objection?
No.
Hearing one objection, the item passes.
No objection.
No objection. Okay. Item passes 7-0.
Not to be nervous. You're between us and lunch.
All right, folks, next is the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Please punch up. Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, as I said earlier, a no vote on 2GG and 200.
Council Vice President.
As I mentioned earlier, and thank you, Madam President, just 2K, as in Kylo Ren.
And I also don't need to discuss 2DD. I got my question answered by the city manager, so 2DD is fine. Yes, sir. Let's put it back on consent.
Okay, 2DD is being put back onto consent. I'm now going to take public comment. This is public comment on items on the agenda. This is consent, the consent agenda, to contested consent, as well as closed session items. Would any member of the community like to provide public input on anything on the agenda? That would be the closed session agenda, consent, or contested consent. Please come up at this time, and you'll have 3 minutes.
That's like everything, right?
Yes.
Hello. I stand before you today as a concerned citizen of the great city of Fresno. I would like to address an issue that I believe not only undermines the law, but also sets a dangerous precedent for accountability of those in public office. I refer to the ordinance No Sit, Lie, Stand in public property, which states that no person shall not sit, lie, or stand on public spaces in our city. It is my understanding that this law was enacted to maintain order, public safety, and the proper use of our public spaces. However, I have observed actions by members of this council, the city manager, the city mayor, seems to directly violate this ordinance. I must remind everyone that the rule of law is a foundation of our society, and it must apply to all individuals equally, regardless of their position or authority. As citizens, we rely on public officials to uphold the law that they enact and ensure that the justice is served fairly. While I understand that enforcement of this law is typically the role of law enforcement agencies, the violation of this ordinance by public officials cannot go unnoticed. Therefore, I request that this council take immediate action to address these violations. In the spirit of accountability, and as permitted under the law, I'm calling for enforcement of the law, in this case including possible citizen's arrest. I'm fully aware of the gravity of such a request, but I feel that it is necessary to ensure that the laws are followed by everyone, including the ones that govern us. I do not take this request lightly, and I would prefer that the matter be resolved through appropriate channels and actions. However, I must insist that we all adhere to the legal principles upon which our city is built. It is imperative that the actions of all the public officials be held in the same standards as the citizens they represent. Thank you. Get rid of the criminalization, because you're all in violation every time you go to the market and you stand outside on public property, you're all in violation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm
Hi,
Raul.
good morning. Please state
Hi.
your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Raul Pickett. Listen, this is regarding an item on consent calendar 24-1477 regarding actions related to acquisition of 930-934 F Street and 931-937. That property was deeded over to the Chinatown Revitalization Committee many, many years ago by elders in the Japanese community, very similar to the Boan, which was deeded over by elders from the Chinese community. We have retained a lawyer at this particular point, so we're asking you to table it. There are some issues there now, and we did receive a letter from the city regarding who actually should be in possession of that property, and they're raising the issue regarding a land trust when it was deeded over by the actual heirs at the time. So there's some clarification that has to occur there. And as I mentioned, we have an attorney. He's well known by the city. So I think this could be ironed out, and we just want it resolved, legally. And so at this particular point, we're just asking you to table it for us until we can get both parties to meet and confer regarding this issue. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who would like to speak at this time? We're taking public comment on consent, contested consent, and closed session items.
Yes, I'm Rudy Gallardo again. I got the answers, thank you. I just want to say that the answer I got, who suggested this sale of the property, is not a member of the Chinatown Revitalization Committee. He is, I think, president of the Fresno Foundation. And I want to give you a little historical notes about how the Chinatown Revitalization Committee formed. So you can understand that those of us that gathered back in 1994 to form it, we were dedicated people of Chinatown's history. And over the years, the city hasn't responded to that spirit of history. There was one year where a group of us and provost at the university at Fresno State, we were proposing to the city before Chinatown became a ghost town that why don't we make it a satellite educational location for Fresno State where students in the area could come and maybe take the bonehead classes that they give to a lot of people that are underdeveloped. Then we also suggested that it would be a developing ground for people that had to do internships in community development. And we were all organized, about 15 or 20 of us, had a meeting with Berman at that time to discuss the project. And instead, Berman sent a low-level community developer from the city. And he excused himself for not coming to the meeting because he was too busy and he had other things to do, when in fact he's the one that proposed the meeting date. So,
Sir, your time is up, but I will allow for you to go ahead and pass that out to the council if you wish. We will accept that for the record.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? See no one else, can I get a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
So move.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Council Vice President. Any objection?
Council President, I'd like just to clarify one item on the consent calendar that's been referenced today. I want to make sure the record is clear. The specific property in Chinatown that's been referenced, this parcel has been in has been posing a health and safety danger to the neighborhood and to the city for several years now. It burned down several years ago in a significant fire. The city spent several $100,000 doing a partial demolition, and it took us years to figure out who the responsible party that controlled the property was. It turned out to be an organization that was no longer operational and functional. So it took us several years to finally get to in a position where we could demolish the rest of the building at an additional cost of $500,000. So thus far, the city would be in almost $1 million to deal with the building that was neglected for decades and was in a place where the homeless were moving in and setting fires and putting the neighboring business at risk. So from my perspective, we've been extremely patient with the responsible parties of this building for at least 5 years. It's time for us to move forward with acquisition, demolition, and making that space available for housing or other business activities. But this is a parcel that's adjacent to Chef Paul's, and those of you who know Chinatown, and other active businesses, and it continues to pose a health and safety hazard as it is half demolished and has been for several years now. But more importantly, the basement of that old building is connected to the neighboring building. So if another fire occurs and the rest of the building falls on its own, it's actually going to put at risk the neighboring historical buildings as well. That's why it's so expensive to demolish, and that's why it's important for us to finally do it in a very organized, thoughtful, and well-engineered way, so not to put the rest of the buildings at risk that are historic and do have active businesses in them. Just want to clarify that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I do have a motion and a second to approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. I do have a few minutes before lunch, so I am going to take one contested consent item. I had a request to do 2PP first. This is a resolution amending Rules 2 and 3 of the Council Rules of Procedure relating to elections and duties of the Council President and Vice President. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Councilmember, if I may, as one of the sponsors, there have been some...
I was going to defer to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Council Vice President,
this might belay some concerns, and we're open to having a discussion because it would be good to get to consensus on this. So to simplify everything, to make things really simple, we have the current rules we have now. The only three things we're looking to change is starting in January 2026, we will go back to our old system where it's just a merit-based election for president and vice president. We will also remove the prohibition on anyone who wants to run for president and vice president for a second or subsequent terms. That was added once we changed it to the rotation system. The last thing is whenever seniority is mentioned, and there's only one section where it's mentioned, seniority is just going to be based on the order of being sworn in, so there's no coin flip. Those are the only changes we're looking to make right now. I'll have to read it a certain way if that's acceptable and there's a motion made. There's certain language the city attorney's vested, checked, but that's what we're looking at. Any thoughts or concerns on that?
Councilmember Arias.
And thank you to Council Vice President for the item. I am supportive of going to a merit-based system. I think last time we did that was in 2020. At that time, my favorite colleague to my left called us a corrupt gang of four for doing it. It didn't include Member Chavez at that time because he's just a honorary member every once in a while. But for the record, we had a robust debate over going from rotation to merit, and I am historically supportive of that. So the only questions I had is in the rules as drafted, it does indicate that the president would select the vice president, so there wouldn't be a vote.
That's removed.
Okay, that's removed. Perfect. The other one I had a question on was around office space.
That's removed.
Okay.
Just the seniority part. So
okay, just seniority.
That's it.
That's fair. And then the other part was, so appointment of vice presidents removed. That's be part of the election. And then it would start in 2026. Is that your intention?
January 26th, yeah.
Okay.
Except for the seniority part.
Yeah, understood. I think those are all my questions.
So to clarify, Council Vice President, the only changes under the proposal, so I know that we have a drafted proposal with a lot of changes, but what you're proposing today, what we pass, is simply sort of finishing out the rotation for this coming calendar year, going back to our elections system in the following year.
Yes.
clarifying what seniority means generally, but not impacting office space. Were there any other components I missed?
Just changing that for president and vice president, there are no term limits. If you can get 4 votes, you can get 4 votes.
Oh, yeah. I've always thought that ought to be the case.
Yeah. Okay. If you want the misery, just so you know, historically, I'm the one that drafted that nobody serves 2 terms because it was a COVID year, and it was pretty daunting for me to be council president, and I didn't want to punish people 2 years in a row with the same responsibility. But yeah, if that's the final draft, then I'm definitely supportive.
That sounds great, Council Vice President. I've always thought that leadership is something that ought to be earned and not just given over automatically. And so I'd very much appreciate going back to the at some point, whether it's this coming year or the following year, very much going back to the election system.
Okay. So if there's no more discussion, I'll read the motion as drafted by the city attorney.
Please do.
Sorry,
Councilmember Bredefeld.
I just think that this is so good that we can all get together so nicely without all of the despair and conflict. I just wanted to comment on that.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to all.
You know, Gary, I was, if you would have stuck around, I was planning on voting for you as president next year, but unfortunately, we won't get that opportunity.
I think it would have been unanimous.
An earlier version removed the Bredefeld rule, but I couldn't get support. No, I'm teasing. Okay. To reflect the proposed changes, I need to make amendments to the resolution that is currently before the council. I move to effectuate the following. Under therefore 1, section 2A, remove strike through of and vice president and strike the bracketed portion. Under therefore 2, section A6, strike all changes under this section except the portion that clarifies seniority. Under therefore 2, section B3, strike all proposed changes. Strike therefore 3 in its entirety. And I know that sounds very technical, but that will reflect what we discussed on the record, correct, City Attorney?
That is correct.
Okay, that is the motion.
I'll second that. Any objection?
Would you guys be open to a friendly amendment and naming this the Member Bredefeld resolution?
Yes.
Any objection? Hearing none, this amended motion passes 7-0. All right, we are going to break for lunch, and I trust everyone will be back here at 1:30.
Is there a role for being late?
1:30 sharp.
Council President, I'm going to need 42 minutes.
The time is 1:37 p.m. We left off with contested consent items. Up next is 2BB. This is actions pertaining to updating water conservation measures and the city's water shortage contingency plan. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Director or staff, I think we've had this conversation in the past before, and I don't know we've got any movement on my previous concerns that I addressed when this item was before us. It's my understanding that this item, amongst several different actions, would reinstate water fines for residential users and would make them automatic based on the reading of their meters. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And it's also my understanding that this would not apply to commercial water users, correct?
Not at this time, no.
So we're simply going to take it to the residential users and not commercial or anyone else at this time?
The commercial users are not currently in this phase of the ordinance update. It's a lot more complex with commercial users because of some of them have large turf areas, other ones, their water use is really all over the place, and you've got to look at it almost on a case-by-case basis.
So when do you intend to handle the commercial users?
That's an initiative that we're working through right now. We're moving through that as we're looking at our large meter programs and other large water users and looking at those large meters.
What does that mean? When should I anticipate? Because if we're going to start hammering residents for violations of water use, is it 5 years from now, 10 years from now before we handle commercial users?
We don't have a specific timeline for the commercial users, but we're working on it. I would anticipate it's going to take us a couple years to get that worked through and get that in place.
Is this timely? Does it have to be done today?
The conservation ordinance, we prefer to move this forward now and focus on our residential users as we get through the winter and we get into the next 3-day watering cycle in April. So I just want to clarify that the fines will not be for the first infraction, if you will.
Yeah.
We will be doing courtesy notices and then working with that. And one of the other items that was approved today was our stakeholder engagement and public education. We're going to have a very strong public education program for our residential users. So they'll get one courtesy notice, and then the second one would come with a fine.
That's either part of my problem with your proposal, which I raised the last time. I'm a residential user.
Mm-hmm.
It takes me 2 weeks to get the courtesy notice in the mail after the violation. So I could go 2-3 violations before I'm aware of a leaky sprinkler, watering the wrong day. But now I'm hammered with 3 different fines between the time that, however, why it takes people 2 weeks to send me something as snail mail. But it seems to me completely unfair to connect the fines to an automated reading system, but yet use a snail mail system that takes 2 weeks to arrive to homeowners and residents for the warning system.
Right.
So why aren't we setting up a warning system that's live and instant?
So right now we're working with ISD to change the programming around the automated notifications. So what happens is our conservation supervisor will get that list of the courtesy notices that'll go out. It has also to do with our mail house. We use the same mail house that sends out our bills. And in the past, that programming was it's a very old program that ISD had programmed a long time ago. And so they're redoing that to improve its efficiency and to tighten that up. We totally understand that. And we wouldn't do that to somebody. If they received a notice and then immediately had another one, we have the discretion to send out that next fine. So it's not like the system automatically triggers something and it gets sent. We actually look at it, our staff looks at it, and then they would make a determination. If they just got a notice, then we would be working with our.
So let's play this out. How many residential users do we have in the city?
About 130,000.
How many notices of warnings do we put out a month?
I don't know that exact number. It's in the thousands.
Thousands.
It's in the thousands,
right?
Yeah.
So you're going to come back 6 months from now and tell me that we received thousands of notices, we didn't have the positions filled quite yet, it took us time to process who gets a fine, who doesn't. In the meantime, council members are going to be inundated by the elderly and those on fixed incomes about these automatic fines that are in their inbox. They're going to be struggling how to pay for it on a fixed income. So from my perspective, I don't think you're ready to have us authorize automatic fines until you present a plan to do instant and live warning and notifications at the same time. And that system is tested, and we've educated people about that system. I think it's premature, especially since we are years away before we hold commercial users who use a ton of water, who constantly violate the watering dates by watering their landscaping, probably more than residential folks do. So in the environment of folks that are struggling to get by, I'm not comfortable with the residential fine being authorized today. The rest of the plan seems fine to me, but that component is not. So if you call for action today, I'm going to make a motion to approve the plan without the automatic fines going into effect until staff returns with the plan for instant notifications and warnings.
Okay. It'd be very challenging on an instant basis. It's because, especially if you're considering elderly residents who may not be receiving emails or,
I understand, but PG&E texts me when I'm about to go over my electric bill that I've preset, right? Comcast texts me live when the internet goes down. We have a multi-million-dollar IT department. I think that's a technology obstacle we have to get through. Fresno is people are used to. Now they go there for systems. So I think we're capable of doing it. I just don't want to get inundated with complaints come, January when we're not ready to figure out how to process them quite yet.
So it seems like we need to come back and have a more specific outreach plan, because we are working on an outreach plan and an education plan.
I appreciate that.
That rolls it out in sort of a softer manner. We're going to start doing the courtesy notices when the ordinance goes into effect, but not institute the fines until later in the year.
Yeah.
And we want to, because we want to understand the best messaging pathways for our customers to do that. Unfortunately, I think with the fine structure, we may be in a position we would need to check with UB&C, Utilities Billing and Collection, on this, on whether we actually have to send them a bill, or we can.
The other thing that I want to point out is we've, for better or for worse, we've set a culture in this city that everybody gets a warning, but it's never been enforced. We're finally getting to the enforcement part.
Right.
Right? And I appreciate the ability to do automatic fines, but we have to be able to automate the warning system too. And I'm not comfortable having an antiquated warning system of snail mail versus an automatic fine system that's instant and fast. Just because with my district, we have a lot of people with older infrastructure and older homes, and it takes them a while to figure out that their sprinklers are leaking or there's a pipe broken or something. So I'll hear from my colleagues, but if there's a motion to be made, I'd like to make a motion to approve without the automatic fines going to effect until staff returns with the outreach plan.
Okay, I have a motion and a second by Council Vice President. Council Member Maxwell.
Yes, good afternoon. Were there studies done by your department to determine where most of the water compliance issues were happening with residential or commercial? Do we know where most of the violations are taking place between the two categories?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question.
When it comes to issues with water compliance,
right?
Have you done a study, has your department done a study to figure out whether most of those issues are taking place on the residential side or the commercial side?
I don't know of a specific study that we've done, but we do have to do a water audit every year to look at our meter reads and look at our water, how much we pump and how much we lose, if you will. So we do that. And again, we're just getting started now that we're going to get the reprogramming of our billing system or our meter reading system done. We're going to start mining that data. We have a new assistant director in water, and he's very, very interested in a lot of these topics, and so we're getting started on these internal studies using our billing data.
So is there a reason that you guys are starting with residential then and not commercial?
At this time, those are really the easiest of our customers to reach. It's pretty consistent across our customer base based on the size of the parcel, the type of landscaping they have. It's the lion's share of our water use, and they are the ones that are on our watering schedule, which is when people are most likely to violate on the watering schedule. If they water on a Monday and they're not supposed to, then we can notify them, hey, it's time to start watering on your watering days. We just triggered that. So we have some grace periods around when we change our watering days.
Okay. I didn't really hear a ballpark answer to Councilmember Arias' question about when commercial would come before council.
We're looking at that, and I don't have a specific timeline or a roadmap for how we're going to really move through this and understand it. I learned a long time ago not to promise too quick, so that's why I said 2 years. We would really hope to beat that.
We can start, I mean, I haven't been engaged at this level, but I'm happy to sit down with DPU and plot out a timeline on the commercial side. And I do think our residential customer base is far greater than our commercial customer base, which is why, and I do think we have data on amount of water used on residential side versus commercial. And usually that is in the past of why we've focused on residential, and people generally don't intend to waste water. There are some, rebel rousers out there, but generally when they get the courtesy notice and they realize, oh, I never changed my sprinklers when the season changed. So we in the past have always focused. I want to remind you, we had fines in place prior to COVID. And the fines are what pay for our affordability credit program for our lower income customers. So the money that people pay and the fines are the funding source to help offset the bills for the residential customers. But it's the new part is the automation, right? Now that we went through the process of the new programming of using the technology to automatically generate instead of relying on our frank quote water police or complaints, neighbors complaining on other for water waste. So it's shifting back to going back into the penalty phase, but doing it with automation instead of manually.
I guess my concern, as you put it, the water police.
Yeah.
Until commercial comes online, all eyes are on residential. And so, the 2 years out is kind of an issue for me because I don't know if I feel comfortable proving this until commercial comes online as well, to be frank with you. I don't know what your thoughts are, Councilmember Arias.
Councilmember, I would agree with you. And the other thing I would add is this. My understanding is that your departments are coming forward for a rate adjustment for water pretty soon. So it seems to me that we're going to hit users with fines, then we're going to hit them with water rate increases. It almost feels like the water rate fine structure should be incorporated into potential water rate increases. And the last point I'll make is I think there's a distinction between somebody watering on the wrong day and somebody going over the allocation of water. And right now, I don't think we make the distinction. It's a fine either way. Most of the folks that I know, especially the elderly, they don't program their own sprinklers. The landscaper does. So I'm okay with tabling this. I don't know if the rest of the plan is time sensitive, but I would prefer we handle the residential, commercial, and industrial side of the house at the same time, and that be in the context of adjustments if we need to.
Could we potentially make a motion to approve this, but its effective date is when the commercial goes into place?
I would rather you table the item, let me regroup with the team, and then we'll come up with a plan on where the timeline is for commercial, and then maybe bring parts of this back.
My issue is not necessarily with what's before me, it's the fact that this is going to be the sole focus of collecting fines from DPU for the next 2 years until commercial comes online. That doesn't seem fair.
I would agree with you. I think the rest of the components are fine, but if you're tying us that you're not going to hold businesses accountable for at least 2 years, in the meantime, you're just going to focus on residents, seems to be pretty unfair.
I think, we're required to have a water shortage contingency plan per state law, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I think what I want to go back to the team is go back and figure out what parts of this we can keep intact, hearing what your concerns are to make sure that we're complying with the law in case a drought comes up maybe next summer. But let me go back with the team. Can we just table this, please?
Yeah, I definitely I can revise my motion. I want to be conscious that we're trying to be pro-business, but we also can't be anti-resident at the same time. So with that, I'll withdraw my motion and make a motion to table the item to a future date.
Just one last thought. We will continue on with the programming. We're going to continue on with beta testing testing out our notification system, looking at the courtesy notices, looking at when people will use that data to do a lot of our public education around the 3-day watering and 1-day watering changes. So we're going to move forward as though this is in place and collecting the data all along. And I do want to say that as the outreach plan, which we do need to come back and present, it would phase in the way that we would do the fines. When we worked with city attorney, they said we have to notice everybody, but maybe we decide to do fines for only the 1-day people or only the people that are going outside of their watering time. So we do need to bring back the outreach plan and how we would phase this in.
I think it's a good idea to still be sending out the courtesy notices when people aren't complying. So that will, for your programming, you're going to need to do that. Yes. But I think what I'm hearing is no fines until we come back with a different plan. But I definitely think the courtesy notices are still a good idea because at least we can get some people in voluntary compliance. And then also, we do make our water conservation staff available to help people reprogram their controllers if they don't have anybody else to do it for them. I think as you've tabled it, I think we're good for now. You guys continue your work on the programming and for the courtesy notices, but no fines, if that's okay with council.
Does our technology let us know where the water issues are stemming from, like whether it's inside or outdoor irrigation?
Yes, it does. I mean, it just tells us leaks, right? So it'll detect flow rates above a certain rate, in a threshold. If you read in the ordinance, excessive water use, the definition of excessive water use is over 400 gallons per hour. But it'll also detect if there's a consistent, 5 or 7 gallons per hour that's going forward, going through time. And if people have our Eye on Water app, it can alert them to leaks. And we're also working with our billing vendor. Their Badger is the name of the company, and they've got new AI tools that they're bringing forward to do a lot of that pattern detection. Is something changed, and working on those notifications as well.
We can tell by if you see a high use come up at 5 a.m.
Probably outdoor.
Sprinklers. Outdoor. So you can tell by how the pressure and everything goes up at like on an hour or on a 30-minute, as opposed to something internal to the house, which may be taking a shower, washing dishes, doing laundry all at one time. It's not down to an exact science, but you can definitely see the trends when you look at the water meter data.
Okay. And we read meters the meter reads are every 15 minutes. So it's a lot of data.
Understood. Okay. I'll second council members' amended motion to continue the item indefinitely.
Councilmember Bredefield, you have the floor.
They know what you're doing with your water at all times. Hey, I want to just ask you, it says the definition of excessive water use will be the threshold at 400 gallons per hour, and it allows customers performing normal household. So how do you define that? What exactly is normal household that is 400 gallons per hour?
So really the threshold was changed because people could top off their swimming pool in the middle of the summer. Maybe they get a lot of evaporation, and it'll be below 400 gallons per hour. That is an allowable use to top off your swimming pool. So in our look at normal household water use and our knowledge of water fixtures, it's very difficult unless you're wasting water and you're really putting a lot of sprinklers out there. It's difficult within your home to exceed that 400 gallons per hour threshold.
Okay. And other cities, is it the same standard, 400 gallons per hour?
We're consistent with other cities, yes.
We are. Okay, not more, not less, but is that the standard?
It's well, there's no real standards around things like this. A lot of times it's community preference, and it's set, but it's a technology. It's really the fixtures themselves, the infrastructure itself. If you try to take a shower, you have 3 showers going, somebody's doing dishes, you're flushing toilets. It's actually very difficult to exceed that 400 gallon per hour threshold. If you're doing all that and filling your swimming pool, you probably will. You will do that, and most people don't do that.
That's why I just want to make sure that we're not the bar isn't too low, that we're creating problems. And so I don't know what that standard is. You're saying normal usage, it should not be exceeded.
That's correct. And if we send a courtesy notice to someone who says, well, I don't have a swimming pool, I'm not really sure, that's where it triggers that courtesy notice, and us doing that, that's when we can do more proactive outreach with the customer and try to figure out what's going on. Because as the city manager said, sometimes people don't know how to program their sprinkler systems, their timers. So we go out and help people do that. We look and we can do landscape audits for them, efficiency audits. Our conservation staff is available to offer those services to our customers.
Government's there to help you.
Yeah.
Question on the stages of the violations. What differentiates stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
It's in our water shortage contingency plan, and generally the state sets those stages. We're in a stage 2 drought, we're in a stage 3 drought, and then that triggers components of our water shortage contingency plan.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I have a motion to table item 2BB, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Arias?
If I may, just one last cautionary tale. I received one of your courtesy notices. I went back, and here's our experience. We set our sprinklers in the morning, as guided by sprinkler gods. We have the kids shower in the morning, as guided by before school starts. And we set to wash clothes in the morning, as guided by PG&E's lower rate in the morning. And that's what triggered the over usage. In the past, as I recall, the limits, as long as you didn't go above your monthly allotment, you were good. Once we switched it by the hour, for people who have 2 or 3 families in a household, they were triggering, that fines, the notification system and the potential fines. So that's why I just want to, a lot of our households have multiple families in the same units, and we're all trying to work around these other parameters that we've been told to adhere to, which all happen typically around the same time.
Well, we would love to discuss your shower heads and other things in your house if you would like to.
Do I have any objection to the motion on the table? Hearing none, the motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
All right. If you're here for unscheduled communication, we have just a couple more items that are timed or that are contested that we're going to try to get through real quick. We're going to move on next to 2DD. This is to approve a 3-year consultant services agreement with Southwest Strategies Group for stakeholder engagement and public education support for DPU. This was pulled by
That got moved
Councilmember.
back to consent by the council member. Oh, I'm sorry.
We suggested it stay on so they can just move to approve.
Oh, got it.
It's
Okay.
faster.
Move to approve the item.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Bredefeld, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? Item passes 7-0. Up next is item 2O. This is to approve a services agreement with RH Community Builders to manage a transitional aged youth rapid rehousing program. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Yeah, Director, I recall this conversation very, explicitly. Took place a couple years ago, and I want to make sure my recollection is correct. This project was a home key or room key project, right?
Home key, yes. That's
home
correct.
key. So at that time, the city, with the applicant, applied for state money to acquire the motel, use it as a shelter for, at that time, as proposed as student housing for college kids, correct?
That is correct. Now, to be more specific, at the time, we were joint applicants along with the developer applying for those state dollars. The category in which this project fell for eligibility purposes was for youth housing.
Correct.
But you're correct in your recollection that there was a student housing
When
element.
we're saying youth, we're talking 18 to 24, correct?
That's correct.
So it's not minors.
That's correct.
And in that conversation, there was a promise made. I remember specifically asking this question, are you going to come back for city money? And the promise was no. And my concern at that time was that the city, given our other obligations to house the folks on the street, and given the fact that universities and, community college systems and K-12s all receive money to house the unhoused children that they serve, that we could not afford to add one more group of population in a sustainable way. And the promise was made at that time that they would not come back for city funds, that the college system was committing to sustain this on an ongoing basis. And now we find ourselves back here where you're asking us to give them city funds to have beds for 18 to 25-year-olds. So that's one concern on why we didn't hold to the commitment that was made to us. The second concern is around mixing populations. Probably not the best way to describe it, but that's the best way I can articulate it. In my experience, it's never been a good safety result when we have folks who are coming off the streets, who may have severe mental health, drug addiction history, with kids who are going to college, don't have any of those issues, simply are unhoused at the moment or couch surfing, and the college system is helping subsidize our housing. So are we intending to, based on my read of the contract, these individuals would not be referred to this facility by the college system. They're going to be referred to by the same, multiple agency triage system that takes anybody from the street going there. How is this supposed to work? Are we intentionally mixing these two populations, or is that facility no longer serving college students?
Yeah, thank you for those questions, council members. So I'm going to do my best to respond, and then if you would welcome her, I would invite Katie Wilbur from RH Community Builders, who is more intimately familiar and can speak, I think, to some of the elements that you just asked about a little more specifically. But let me start. So, yes, your recollection is correct as it relates to when we applied for this state grant. There was a clear representation by Fresno City College. They appeared by way of Zoom, committing to support this project, really in essence in perpetuity. It is also true, and sort of answer your question, why are we here? We are here because, unfortunately, Fresno City College had a hiccup in their ability to deliver on that promise. You and I have spoken offline. We've both confirmed with Fresno City College that they have resolved that matter, and they are prepared now to recommit themselves to the project. Unfortunately, they are able to recommit themselves, not fully, but they can commit themselves, I believe, at 50 of the 75 or so units. And again, I'll defer to Katie Wilbur to confirm that my numbers are, or to make those more specific. But they are committing, by and large, to the majority of the project and supporting it. But there is a gap, and we view this, staff does, as an opportunity to broaden our reach. And so, yes, this is still going to serve students, which we're very excited about. Majority of those that will be served will be Fresno City College students who are experiencing homelessness, and we feel so good about that partnership. But we're also excited about, in light of the circumstances, the opportunity to be able to bring youth who are on the streets currently, ages 18 to 24, into an environment where they are going to be surrounded by college students aspiring to pursue vocational education, associate's degrees, four-year degrees, and so on. We know that also historically that kind of a mixed population has a very positive result, as opposed to, for example, putting single men who are off the streets in the same housing development as youth, for example. That kind of mixed population we know is not beneficial to all that are there. But this is the same age demographic, same life stage, and mixing them in this instance has the same effect as a mixed income neighborhood.
If I may elaborate on that. In my experience, the 18 to 24-year-olds in the shelters, which I'm assuming the same pool of people that we would potentially be putting in this facility with college students, those 18 to 24-year-olds are single men. Most of them have severe drug addiction issues. Are we going to put that same population there? And my second question is, a lot of City College students have kids. Is this facility going to house their children also in whatever, the State Center funds?
If you would allow, I'd like to invite Ms. Wilbur up to speak to that, but I do want to draw your attention to the nature of this particular contract. It is not for emergency shelter. This is for rapid rehousing. I think it'd be good for Ms. Wilbur to talk about that.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you. So to clarify, I think the Fresno City College students that were being referred to 1309 and will be continued to be referred there also come through the coordinated entry system. So we're not drawing any different folks. We're drawing specifically more 18 to 24-year-olds. We found a lot of the folks that are in City College and experiencing homelessness are out of that age range. So we saw this as an opportunity to help meet that commitment for the TAY age range. And it's not changing the population as being a home key site. Everybody still has to come through the coordinated entry system.
Does that include kids?
It includes, so there are families, there are 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms at the parks. And so there could be families there in the 1 and 2 bedroom units.
The new population of 18 to 24-year-olds are not going to be college students, right? They'll come to the triage. It's not required for them to be college students to be
Correct.
At this facility. Are you going to have folks with drug addiction and mental health coming into that site when you have kids and college students also there?
So to be matched to a rapid rehousing program, their acuity within the system has to be fairly low. They have to be able to sustain and improve their income. And so those are not our chronically homeless individuals that have been homeless and have all of these other disabilities, such as substance use or mental health disorders. They may have that experience as part of their life, but they wouldn't be to the disability requirement where they're eligible for like longer term permanent supportive housing.
What's the requirement for them to pay? What's a portion of rent that they would pay? Not the college students, but the new folks that you're proposing to put in.
Yeah, so anybody who is at the parks, whether it's through this program or the college, pays 30% of their earned income, whatever that is. And so if they have Social Security benefits, if they have GR, if they have CalFresh, those are all income sources that are evaluated. Nobody pays more than 30% of that, but everybody has a minimum portion of at least $50.
In this case, you're looking at 18 to 24, so Social Security is not an option, right? Welfare is probably not an option either because they have no kids. So are they going to be required to be employed and have a income?
So that is a core piece of a rapid rehousing project, is that during that time they are to be engaging in activities that will increase their income, whether that's maybe a lot of these would go enroll at Fresno City College during their time in this program, but they could also go enroll in like EOC's construction apprentice program or things like that, where the end goal is that by the end of this program, they're able to go sustain their unsupported rent somewhere else in the community.
And what you mean by the length of the program, the contract is funding 18 months?
Correct.
So we're basically providing somebody housing for 18 months that is between the age of 18 and 24. Mm-hmm. What happens after the 18 months?
We would be,
would you be coming back to us for more money?
Well, the contract is up to 4 years is what the RFP was released for. It's funded for 18 months in this iteration of the contract. But the goal would be that we are bringing people into the program at the start of it, and 18 months is the ideal amount of time to help this age group be able to increase their income to where they can sustain it. 6 months is not long enough, but 12 to 18 months, they're able to go get a job, increase their income, and find housing.
So what is the cutoff time for them? How much time do they have to be there subsidized by the city? You know, if what you're suggesting is an 18 to 24-year-old who doesn't have severe mental health, doesn't have severe drug addiction, is not a sex offender, I'm assuming you're not going to put registered sex offenders there, that's a pretty employable person.
Yeah.
How much time are we giving them before we kick them out and say, you're on your own because you haven't made any progress? What is that cutoff time?
Right, so we do have evaluations throughout their program. It starts as a 12-month program where they have benchmarks within that 12 months that they have to be meeting, whether that's enrolling in school, applying for jobs, getting a job, all of those things. And so if they're not meeting those benchmarks at 9, 12 months, they would not be extended.
And if they are, what would be their maximum time that they could be there?
A rapid rehousing project under HAP funds has a maximum of 24 months, although we're only funded for 18 months at this time, so that would be the maximum that we would be allowing people.
So 18 months. Mm-hmm. Okay, and do you have yet an agreement with State Center for the other beds?
We continue to reach out to them every day, every other day, multiple times per week. If I read through you the number of emails where they've said next week we'll get back to you by the end of the week, and it hasn't happened, we could be here all afternoon. But again, we're meeting with the Vice Chancellor tomorrow at 3 p.m., and I hope to have...
If you don't get a contract, are you going to have to close up the facility, or are you going to come back and ask us for more money?
No, we're continuing to pursue anything that would fit the property for additional funding to keep it occupied. We're not going to close it. We're looking at county funds, city funds, anything that will subsidize and meet the purpose of the program is our goal.
My last question for you is, what's the total capacity of beds in your facility?
It's 69 units.
69 units. This proposes to fund 25?
Mm-hmm.
You're assuming State Center would fund the remainder?
That is our ideal, yes.
If that doesn't happen, would you bring in, registered sex offenders, people coming from the prison system? Are you going to seek to bring a different population to fill those beds, or are you going to leave those beds empty?
We would not be seeking a different population. The property does have restrictions related to the home key application with the youth focus, and so that would continue to be the funds that we pursue.
But 18 to 24 could be somebody coming out of jail.
Typically, to qualify for youth-specific funding, they're not also that other funding source of like CDCR or that type of funding. So if we went after CDCR funding or something like that, we wouldn't be able to restrict the referrals to 18 to 24-year-olds, so we wouldn't be able to apply for that type of funding for
Okay,
this.
thank you. I just want to make sure we're not mixing populations was one of the first major lessons of the shelters for
Correct.
me. Because it made everyone else completely unsafe, and especially the elderly, the women, and the children would rather be on the streets and be with somebody who has severe issues that we cannot, deal with it at this level of support. Those are all my questions for you, Director and staff. Thank you. Make a motion to approve if there's no questions.
So, yeah, this item is in, if I can go, okay. Council District 2. So, Assistant Director Sky, thank you for your time. The reason why I didn't pull this item is because of what we've had happen from what the site was to what it is now. And I tell you what, whenever there are complaints, my office gets those complaints, and I haven't had any, not about the operator, not about the site. This is the site of the old San Joaquin Hotel. And if any of you have lived in Fresno for a long time, that was a wonderful boutique hotel, which unfortunately turned into a real problem area for Northwest law enforcement. It became a site of gang activity and human trafficking. I recall them learning about how gangs work, and they would basically rent rooms out, and they would unfortunately engage in human trafficking, and it was just depraved and terrible. We have a lot of residents and businesses in the area, and we have a lot of county residents, and the complaints are gone. So I do want to applaud the department. Councilmember asked some really good questions. And just to clarify on the record versus last time versus now, and it's true, you're coming back. I definitely, you know how I feel about youth housing. We've talked a lot about Northwest Fresno doing more, taking care of its fair share, the Welcome Home Project and this project. So we've made a lot of progress on that, and I want to thank you for that. And I have not had any complaints about the particular operator. I just want to be clear, if you want to comment on this or the operator wants to clarify, how the management structure there works, because there is vetting. So let's say a tenant has a problem with another person and they're alluding to, God forbid, anything as violent and as terrible as domestic violence or someone who is a sex offender. There are checks in place through the management company to ensure, so the tenants have protections, if you want to clarify that for the record.
I think it's pretty simple, Ms. Wilbur. I mean, they have their own lease agreements. And so, as is typical with any, rental housing, there's a lease agreement that is fully enforceable, and their management enforces that appropriately. And yes, if they are found in breach for any reason, including those that you named,
they have the power to
they
evict
absolutely
someone
evict
and refer to law enforcement.
Yep. So.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, those are really all the questions and observations I have. It's been great. I don't get complaints about this site anymore, thank goodness. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
For item 2O, I have a motion to approve by Council Vice President, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? Item passes 7-0. Thank you. Last contested item is 2R. This is an agreement to approve an interagency agreement between the City of Fresno and the Department of Planning and Development in an amount not to exceed $3.2 million. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. On this particular item, legal counsel, I'm going to need your assistance on this. The way the item reads, it's as if it's just an agreement between the city and one department, but when you read the item, it actually also awards funding to a third-party agency. So I like to bifurcate the item to separate the two specific components of this agenda item, because I don't have any concerns with one, and it's a city function that we've previously approved.
Can you just give us a second on this?
Yes, if you want, we can take a break. But essentially, what I like to do, just so you know, is the funding for the city-owned facility to relocate the housing department, which is technically called Garage 9 renovation. I like to keep that on. That's $1.2 million as a separate item from the third-party vendor proposal. And Director, you can clarify if that's...
City Attorney, would you like a 5-minute recess? Okay. I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess. We will be back shortly. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Appreciate the break from everybody and the time to work this out. I'm going to make a motion to approve the item with the amendment. And legal counsel will correct me if I'm wrong. But the item will be to approve the item with the following amendment, that 1.2 million will remain for the renovation of Garage 9 for the Housing Division's office operations, and the remainder of the funds would be allocated to the automation of Garage 9 for the purpose of future downtown housing uses. That's my motion.
I'll second that. So that's a motion for item 2R.
Correct.
All right. Any further conversation?
Council President, if I may, Councilmember
Yes.
Arias, I believe I heard you say, and thank you, Assistant City Manager Quinto, I believe I heard you say that this is for garage automation and Garage 9.
No, it's for the renovation of the Garage 9 will remain.
Correct.
And the remainder of funds will go towards automation of the spiral garage.
It actually would cover, it will cover, I believe, almost all of the downtown garages, not just spiral.
So just general parking
for
garage
automation and for the parking garages in downtown Fresno,
Yes.
allowing us to use them for residential purposes and projects.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any objection to that? Item passes 4-1.
And I do want to clarify one last point for Habitat. I'm still committed to the project. There's still some additional unallocated housing dollars that we can look into, so we'll spend the next couple of weeks and bring something next year for the rest of the project.
All right, up next is unscheduled communication. I have one card, that's Jose Luis Barraza.
There was 2 cards. I hope you didn't lose the other one. Anyway, I'm Jose Luis Barraza, resident of Southeast Fresno, a longtime resident and a longtime person involved in this community in relationship to improvements. I'm here today to request an interest that we have in Southeast Fresno. When I say we, I'm speaking of Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association, residents and businesses of community in respect to the Central Southeast Area Specific Plan. This is a plan that in 2021 was drafted and approved by the Planning Commission, brought before the City Council in 2023 twice. And in both instances, that plan was taken off the agenda. We requested concerns in respect to it, asked for an explanation. To this date, we do not know why. Brother Luis Chavez is now going off to the Board of Supervisors, and we yet to have this approved by the City Council, and that concerns us as a community because a lot of money was spent on this, a lot of time was given to this, and it's a specific plan, not a general plan, meaning it's focused in our community, in our concerns of what needs to be done. Most of you know the Roosevelt Plan, and the Planning Committee on that plan stated what was wrong in Southeast Fresno was community neglect. And they were going to make sure it didn't happen. Well, 10 years later, Cecita read the Roosevelt Plan, and all we could see was community neglect. Now we reached a point that we've gone through a new general plan. We're now at this point where I see for the first time in the history, and you should be commended for it, we've broken that cycle. There is no longer community neglect here. Things are happening. We just want to make sure that Southeast Fresno gets its share. And please, let's bring this item back to the agenda and let's get it approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You'll have 3 minutes.
Council President Perea, council members, my name is Jose Leon Barraza. I'm the CEO of the Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association. First of all, on behalf of the board of directors of our association, we would like to thank your council and Mayor Jerry Dyer for your help in many areas. You have helped us in the funding of a facade improvement project, and that's for the Cesar Chavez Boulevard. You have also helped us in the funding of a $9 million regional park and soccer complex that's scheduled to break ground, I believe, next month. You have helped us in the renaming of the Ventura Kings Canyon corridor, now Cesar E. Chavez Boulevard. And also, your council created a culture arts district, which is also very important. And thanks very much to Councilmember Luis Chavez, who I kind of expected him to be here. You know, we're his constituency. But anyway, I believe that the City of Fresno and Cecida's partnership has produced positive results in many areas. How are you, Luis? But we can do better. We're here to stress the urgency of your council approving the Central Southeast Fresno Area Specific Plan and the South Central Specific Plan also. Without these plans, it's very difficult to have an economic development program and job creation features. We need a strategy to address the problems of poverty that we have in Southeast Fresno. And we think that the adoption of these plans is very important. In closing, I'd like to thank Mayor Jerry Dyer for his One Fresno vision, because we're starting to feel that Southeast Fresno is becoming a part of the whole city, and that's very important. We appreciate his access to us, and we actually spent some time discussing with us the challenges and opportunities in our city, and his willingness to stay connected with us. So we kindly request that do not forget about the specific plan. The land use items, as you well know, are necessary steps in the economic development process. Industrial sites are also very important When I used to do the work in Fresno County, we could never have industrial sites in the city of Fresno and the county of Fresno, and all the businesses would go to Visalia and Bakersfield. We need to make that a priority. I'm sure all of you want more general fund coming into our revenues. Therefore, that's the reason why these projects are important. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for unscheduled communication? Please go ahead and come up. Seeing no one else, we're going to move on to our last open session item. This is a workshop, Fresno County Property Owners Protection Alert. This presentation will be given by our Fresno County Assessor. And Mr. Assessor, I think you had said this was a 30-minute presentation, but I requested that you keep it to under 10 minutes. All right.
Good afternoon, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience.
This is right. This is right. Good afternoon, everybody. Mayor, City Manager, Council. My name is Paul Dictos. I'm Fresno County Assessor Recorder. And tonight, I bring good news to everybody. The program I have is called PAPA, P-O-P-A. Some people call it OPA. You can call it OPA. It stands for Property Owners Protection Alert. You can call it Owners Protection Alert. And this is something that we decided to do this thing last year. We started. We have a program, and we already signed up. About 2,000 people have already signed up. We'll be announcing it on the radio. We'll have TV advertisement. Right now, we have this card that is being distributed to churches, social clubs, bars, committees. I go to every place and I give it out. So basically, what is POPA? I have certain handouts here. I don't know if I could give them, clerk, to the board members. They have the information here. They have a card for their homeowners.
Yes, thank you.
Protection. So the FBI reports that there's a title theft is one of the fastest growing cyber crimes in America. Your assessor recorder is stepping up to the plate to be the crime stopper to protect your properties. Known as a deed fraud, home title theft, the scheme involves forging documents to record the phony transfer of property ownership. Criminals can then sell the home, take out the mortgage on it, or even rent out to tenants. The criminals do not want your home. They don't want to pay the property tax to me. They want to be able to get title and go and borrow money and then take off. Once they borrow money, it's very difficult to take it out. So what does my program do? My program allows you to give me your email, give me your parcel number, and once you give it to me, you get a confirmation that everything is working fine. The minute there is a claim or a lien or a mechanics lien or an IRS lien or somebody puts a mortgage, you get an email from me. And that email tells you what was done. It shows you a copy of the form that was filed. At that point, you can decide if it is a fraudulent act or if not. If it's a fraudulent act, you can call the district attorney. The district attorney is being paid money for me, $7 for every document to do just that. Now, you see advertisements on the internet and on the radio and the TV about LifeLock. Who is LifeLock? LifeLock comes and takes the information from me. So this is second-hand information. And LifeLock is charging $300 a year to tell you that there is a fraud and to tell you to go and hire a lawyer. So I think my program is better and it's easy here to be done. I have some examples here. Zena Thomas, a 60-year-old director of a United Community Housing Coalition in Detroit, Michigan, is said to have stolen more than 30 homes by forging quitclaim deeds, transferring the properties to fictitious entities, and then selling them to innocent parties. I have examples here in Fresno County. At this point, your district attorney is working on 3 fraudulent transfers. I caught myself one last week, and I stopped it. Today, there is 4 counties in the state of California, Los Angeles County, San Diego, Fresno, and Stanislaus, that automatically send emails to homeowners when a document is recorded on the property. There are also commercial enterprises who get the information from the county recorder and offer the same service for a fee. Both they and your county recorder can only alert the homeowner after a fraudulent title is filed. people today, they can get a fraudulent notary public stamp online. They can come to my office, they sign it, and if the signature is bad and looks good, you know, I have to record it. If I don't, I'm in trouble. However, I instructed my staff to look up at the Secretary of State website to see if the notary public stamp that is there is valid and is on file. So that really helps, okay? We cannot really prevent crime. However, the PAPA system will send copies of all documents filed on owners to the owners who have signed up. If the property owner detects suspicious activity, he or she is advised to immediately contact the district attorney's real estate fraud unit before the crooks mortgage or sell your property. Another item I have here is, what is the property owner's alert? Property Owner's Protection Alert is a free notification service offered by the assessor recorder that emails Fresno County residents when a document is recorded with a name and address and a parcel number. The assessor recorder provides PAPA free of charge as a valuable courtesy to all Fresno County residents. PAPA is a significant step toward protecting Fresno County property owners from title fraud and warranted liens. The Fresno County Recorder's Office has partnered with the Fresno County District Attorney's Office to fight real estate crime. Now, in the rest of the pages here, I show you how to go about signing up. I don't have to go through that for you. But I want to show you a sample document on the very last page, I think it is. It's called a quit claim. I think, yeah, this is the page before the last. So, usually a quit claim is used by family members. If I want to give my property to my child, he doesn't have to research my title because he knows that I never borrowed. But this is a one-page document. And when they come to my office, we have to check it out. And if everything looks fine, we have to do it. So nowhere in the world people can transfer property with one document only. I went to Greece about 20 years ago to transfer property to my niece. And the thing, the way they do it there, you go into an office, there's a notary public sitting in the center, there's a lawyer representing the seller, and there's a lawyer representing the buyer. And they look at each other, they look at the documents, and you know that they cannot steal the property. In America, everything can be done with one page. So I'm warning the people to sign up with my service. It's a free service, and it protects the people. Any questions?
Thank you very much, County Assessor. Any questions, Council?
Yes. Are you still a proud Democrat?
You don't have to answer that, Mr. Dictosi. You do not have to answer that.
All Greeks are Democrats.
I love it. Thank you.
Thank
you. I knew Georgia was a Democrat.
Thank you. Council Vice President.
Thank you. It was pretty easy. I already signed up, so thank you for that. It was pretty simple.
Can I leave these cards here with the clerk?
Yes, absolutely.
Give them out. And there's more if you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your good work.
Okay.
We really appreciate it. All right, that concludes our open session portion for today's meeting. City Attorney, will you please read the closed session roster?
In closed session today, we have conference with the labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Tutelia and Company, Inc. versus City of Fresno. Item C was removed. Item D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, One Community Compact versus the City of Fresno. Item E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item F, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, City of Fresno v. the estate of Anthony Lambasicchio. Item G, conference legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item H, conference legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item I, public performance evaluation, city clerk. And item J, public performance evaluation, city attorney. And we do not expect any announcements after.